would you put a stop loss on it? Are you crazy? Why would you use a stop loss? It can't get no better than this, chat. Oh my God, she's up $5,300. We're gonna close that trade. $5,000 live on stream. Good morning, everybody. What's up? What's up? Happy Friday. What's going on, chat? It's Friday, chat. How we doing? Let's see who we got here in the chat. We got Luke in the chat. 0524. We got Monique. We got Kirill Trades. We got William. Good morning to you all. User, good morning to you. Quazair, good morning to you. We grind every day. Good morning to you. Marina, good morning to you. Kirill Trades, good morning to you. Trader Santa, I see you. Tate Trades, what's up? Tweezy, good morning to you. Mio, good morning to you. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Yeah. All right. I know it's about that time. We're a little late, a couple minutes late. Market's gonna open up in 2 minutes, so let's head over to the charts and see what we got this morning. Alrighty, let's get some music playing in the background. Who remembers when I was super late to stream and I had less than 60 seconds to do an analysis? I did an analysis and then hopped right in the trade, and we had like a 1K trade. Anybody remember that a couple years ago? That was insane, right? That's my record. All right, let's see here. We got the music playing. We are good to go. Let me remove some of my lines. Let's take a look at Nasdaq on the daily here. We are coming on down, ladies and gentlemen. Coming on down here. We're due for a pullback. We've been up and up and up. I mean, let me zoom out. I mean, look at this. We've been going up like crazy, right? So we're due for a pullback. It's healthy for the market. I'm thinking we're probably going to continue down today. I mean, if you check it out in the weekly, I am looking for us to maybe come down another 250 points. So yeah, so if we go back to the daily time frame and we kind of zoom in, you can kind of see where my next level is here to the downside. Okay. Okay, let's see. Hold on. We're about 100 points into this. My goodness. My. So yeah, so that's what it kind of looks like on a higher time frame here. Still going to be tricky. Doesn't mean that we have to come down today. So I'm always going to be, you know, open-minded. Very, very open-minded, okay? All right, we got about 10 seconds. Here we go. The market's going to open in 5, 4, 3. We're going to go into 1 minute, 2, 1. Here we go. I need that ding, ding, ding bell. All right. By the way, today's NFP. Today is NFP. NFP already happened about an hour ago. So yeah, we're here to see what the after effects are of NFP. NFP was this candle over here, non-farm payroll. All right, this candle over here is NFP. If we're looking on the 1 minute, I'll show you it on the 15 minute though. Basically a big doji of a news candle here. Alrighty. So going into 9:30. Just checking it out on the 1 minute. Looks like we're possibly bouncing off in that moving average, but it's only 1 minute into the candle, right? Anything can happen. I'm gonna keep it on the 5 minute here. And we'll be watching from the 5 minute today, ladies and gentlemen. We got a super cool stream planned for you all. Super excited. Today we're probably gonna have a long stream. I'm just gonna warn you, we're gonna have a long stream. So if you're tuning in and out, you know, you can check us out a little bit later as we will be on. So today we're going to be doing some psychology talk. We're going to do a little bit of free mentoring. We're going to do some free mentorship on stream here. I'm going to have a form where you guys can fill it out and I'll answer you guys on stream. Free mentoring today. And we're going to be reacting to multi-millionaire trader versus 15 unprofitable traders. I have not seen the video. I've only seen the thumbnail. It said that the trader has 5 million in payouts. When I looked at the name, I've seen that name on Twitter before. But other than that, I don't know anything about this trader besides that they've had $1 million payouts. I don't know what strategy they trade or anything like that or anything about them. So we're going to be reacting to that video at the end of stream. It's going to be when we're done trading, okay? And it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. You never know what you can learn. So yeah, we're going into it without any biases and just see what we can learn. Good afternoon from South Africa. Let's go. Hi, Don. Good morning, Don. Chill vibe. Good morning. 1,000 cells already dumped, and I just made 1,000 to pass. Oh, in this candle or previously? Previously, you already took cells. All right, let's see. Congratulations on passing, though. I need I gotta get an audience hand clap for you. I don't have that on my soundbite right now. But W for you for passing. So walking into today with a cushion on the day. Let me see if I can get a screenshot of this. Walking in with about 160 of a cushion, so may risk a little higher on the first trade since I got a cushion. Right, and the key to that is to build your own cushion, right? Build your own cushion, then you can risk higher, you know. Don't just start off risking 500-600. Well, we're talking about prop firms. Obviously, if it's your own money, do your own thing. But with prop firms, you know, they don't give you too much leeway of risk, right? Yeah, I got a little bit of a cushion, so I may risk a little higher on the first setup. We're just back and forth with this candle. 1 minute we're down, then we're up, and now we're back down. Bouncing off of this moving average here. You know, I am expecting us to continue down, but like I said, anything can happen. We can certainly go up before we come back down. So sometimes having an overall prediction doesn't do too much. Because yesterday I thought we were going to come down, then we ended up going up for the rest of the day. Let's see, chat. How we doing though, chat? How's everybody feeling this Friday morning? Did we smile this morning? Did everybody smile? You know I'm gonna get y'all. Let's make sure we smile, ladies and gentlemen. The new day. It's a brand new day. I gotta get the daily affirmation for you guys because I forgot to get it. What happened? And while we're here, I want to give a big thank you to everybody because we are about 400 subscribers away from hitting 75K. We ended off last week. I told you guys we were 600 away. So we're ending off this week 400 away. And that's all thank you to everybody here. Those of you who have been watching the stream. Those of you who have been liking the stream. You know, both of those things help push the stream out to new people. So thank you so much, everybody. Can't do it without you. Nothing bigger than the chat. You guys are truly amazing. So thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. Eric Collin, good morning to you. Smiled, laughed, taking my daughter to school. Always fun. Ooh, nice. Nice. Not good. I blew my account this morning. I'm sorry, Don. It's okay, Don. All right, Don. Sometimes we have minor setbacks for a major comeback, right? That's how it goes. Right? We get set back and then we have that major comeback, right? And honestly, Don, if you weren't trading that account well, sometimes it's good to have a reset. And we're going to talk about resets today during our trading psychology segment. We'll do some trading psychology in probably another 25 minutes or so. 25, 30 minutes. A-okay. Here we go. We're coming on down again. We're really coming down this time. You guys know I like to wait at least the first 10 minutes of the opening. So it's been about 7 minutes. And the reason why is because, as you can see, these candles are all over the place. Sometimes the opening candle can act like a news candle. I don't have time for that, you know? So now taking a look at it on the 15 minute, looks like we formed a pretty steep top wick. Pretty steep rejection there. Possibility of continuing down here. Hey! Monique, welcome to Sunday's Trading Lab. Appreciate you, Monique. Welcome to the membership. You're gonna enjoy it. I'm excited, y'all. I'm really excited to launch this Trading Lab next week, or this weekend. It's been about 6 months since I did classes with you guys, so it's been a long time. If you learned from me before, this is gonna be very different. I don't know if you can tell, but if you're looking at the live stream, the live streams are different, right? The live streams are different and upgraded. And I have upgraded our classes to be the most simplistic class you've ever taken. Ever. It's so simple. So simple. That is the goal, is to make it so simple you can just follow a simple checklist. So I'm super excited for that. We're launching the Trading Lab this weekend. I tell you what, it used to be called Saturday's Masterclass, and that was our most popular membership the last 4 years. And when I took it away, I had to take it away because of my health. I had to take a break, but no, when I took it away, a lot of people were upset, and I'm so sorry, guys, but we brought it back. If you want to stay up to date with the current price action, you want to learn how to snipe the market the way I snipe the market, how to place these levels, how to read it, all that good stuff. You need a plan to just stick to, right? If you need a consistent plan to just stick to that plan, that's what the Trading Lab is for. It's gonna be so simple. I promise you, it's gonna be so simple. So again, I'm super excited to have class with you guys this Sunday. I'll talk about it again in another hour, and I'll give you guys a sneak preview of what we're gonna be going over. That's gonna be in about an hour, guys. So about what, 10:30? Not 10:30 for me though. It'll be 7:30 for me. 10:30 if you're on the East Coast. I might have to get in there. I'm telling you. It's called the lab for a reason. It's gonna be fun. How long does it usually take you to pass a 50K count? Their link in your bio. What's up, T? Welcome to Trading Lab, T. I see you, T. It depends. Sometimes I could pass it in a week. Sometimes I could pass it in 3 days. Sometimes it takes me 2-3 weeks to pass it. It really just depends. But if I'm doing them, I don't really focus on how long it takes me. I did do challenges with you guys last year on stream. Last year, if you check out the streams in March and April of 2025, I did a Top Step account with you guys live on stream. I did a combine from beginning to end, and we did it in 5 days on stream. No over leveraging, no nothing, just straight skill. Passed it in 5 days. The next week I said, okay guys, because the point of it was just to show you guys how to pass a combine, how to maintain being calm, focus on the process, don't focus on the money. You remember, thank you, you guys remember. And then the next week after we passed it, we traded that week and got a payout. So basically the point of that, doing that on stream, was to show you how to pass a challenge. Keep your focus. Don't change your strategy when you get the XFA, right? When you get the funded account, don't change your strategy. Keep doing the same thing, and then you get the payout the next week, right? And then I did 5 take profit trader accounts with you guys. From beginning to end, passed all 5 of those in front of you guys live on stream. I did not take any trades off stream. I did that for the stream. So yeah. Yeah. I think you guys are saying you remember. Yeah, it was last year. We are coming down. Tempting to enter this. I feel like I'm a little late. Am I too late to the party to enter? It's tempting. It's tempting, but I probably have to go in with 1 micro now because I'm so late to it. Let's see. Let's see, it's been about 12 minutes, so it's okay for me to enter the market now. Gave it about 10 minutes, right? Wait. I mean, it's still where I would want to enter. This is where I would want to enter. However, measuring the risk, 132 points risk. I don't want to risk 132 points or 90 points. Don't get me wrong, sometimes negative R to R works, yeah. But my thing is I would use 1 micro because 1 micro is risking 300 for what? $200? No, if I get 90 points, definitely want more than that, you know? Let's go! What's up, Tay? Welcome to the Sundays Trading Lab. Welcome. Welcome. I'm gonna give you guys a sneak preview of exactly what you're gonna learn in the trading lab very soon. Very soon. Got another like 40-45 minutes. I'm gonna give you guys a sneak preview. Again, I'm super excited for this class. I miss teaching you guys. It's always fun because one thing about it is when people show results, that's what it's about, right? We've had many people who have shown their payouts and their results, and I'm excited to do that again this year with you guys. All right. Okay, let's see. Are we actually pouring down? I went to the 3 minute. I think I'm gonna stay in the 5 minute today. I feel like the 5 minutes been treating me very well this week. Sometimes there's a little bit of a fake out on the 3 minute. Man, chat, it's tempting to hop in this. I just don't want to risk 130 points. Let me see it on the 1 minute. Oh, maybe we can risk 40 points. That may be too tight of a stop loss though. This market has been very testy. And I'd hate to throw on a tight stop loss just to hop into something. Know what I mean? I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be patient. There'll be more setups. It's only been 15 minutes in the opening, right? What's your win rate? Depends. Some months I got 100% win rate. Some months I got a 90% win rate. Some months I got a 70% win rate. Some months I got a 60% win rate. Sometimes the market conditions change. It really depends. But it's not about win rate. It's about, are you profitable or are you not? Because win rate is irrelevant. So I could tell where you guys are at based on the questions you guys asked me. You can be profitable with a 30% win rate. It really depends what your R to R is combined with your win rate. What's your R to R and win rate combined? That's what determines your profitability. You know, there's people with a 30% run rate are making multiple 6 figures. There's people with a 70% run rate making multiple 6 figures, right? So, and then there's people with both those win rates making no money because of their risk management. So, win rate's really irrelevant when it comes to trading. It's literally how you manage everything overall. Trading isn't just one thing, guys. Trading is so dynamic. There's so much that goes into it. It's not just being consistent with your strategy and sticking to your rules, but it's how do you manage your money, right? Because you can get 5 wins in a row and be awesome, and then be that person with terrible risk management and discipline, and then blow all the money you just made in the 6th trade because you're just trying to pass an account, right? How many people were $100 away or $200 away from passing, and you go against all your rules, you start putting a bigger risk on than what you took the whole challenge, because you're like, oh my God, all I need is like 5 points if I put this big risk on. And it just starts going the opposite way, and then you're holding it because you're like, I just need 5 points. And before you know it, you're far away from that goal. You know, you're far away from the goal, you know? That happens. And when I was doing these challenges with you guys last year, you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, but day 3, it just so happened we got in some really nice trades. But day 3, we were $200 away from passing on day 3. And what happened on stream? Took a trade, lost $200. Then we were $400 away from passing. Took another trade, lost another $200. Now we're $600 away from passing. And I said, you know what, guys? Just lost twice in a row. Maybe I'm not seeing it well today. So I'm going to take a step back. I'm not going to, you know, I started off the day 200 away from passing. And now 2 trades in, I'm 600 away from passing. It's like, hold on a second. Maybe I'm not seeing it too well, or maybe I'm getting too excited to pass, where maybe I'm forcing trades. And let me take a step back. We'll refresh. We came into it the next day, ended the stream early. Next day, boom, nice big trade passed. Passed in 1 trade. Right? So sometimes you got to take a step back, you know, because sometimes we get excited, you know, sometimes when you can taste the win, you can taste the W, you know, you're so close to that goal, you may start, sometimes you start convincing yourself that it's a good trade, right? Anybody ever do that? You start to convince yourself, convince yourself for a reason to get in there, right? By the way, here we go. Hitting my level down here at 876. It's beautiful. Like I said, I didn't want to risk 130 points to get 90 points, but had the risk be a little smaller, this is exactly would have been my first trade of the day, coming straight down to here. You guys know my levels work. You guys know my levels are probably some of the most accurate levels you've ever seen in the history of trading since I've been up here for 5 years. That's one of the things you're going to be learning. Actually, that's the first thing you're going to learn in the masterclass on Sunday. The Trading Lab, the first thing you're going to be learning are my key levels. You're going to learn exactly how to place these levels on your chart. And you'll learn it in literally 5 minutes. That's how simple it is. Very simple. How do you get these accurate levels? For my pivot levels. Went about 300, lose 750, and I learned about risk management the hard way. And you know, it doesn't stop, guys. I think just from over the years of me streaming and reading the chat and reading and answering questions, a lot of traders who haven't hit their goals in trading yet, a lot of them think that everything goes away once they make a certain amount of money. Seems to be a common misconception. It doesn't go away. But that's why we say you have to work on yourself. You have to upgrade your own mindset. You have to work on your discipline, because it's not going to magically go away just because you're making a lot of money. You're still going to struggle and have ups and downs. There's going to be months where sometimes that price action is just working right against your strategy. There's going to be months where maybe you see your setup twice a day because price action's been so terrible to you, right? And maybe in the next month you see your setup 5-6 times a day. Price action's made a little nicer to you, right? Not every month is going to be the greatest, you know, but you know, you want to really capitalize when it is treating your strategy well. That's when you want to capitalize. That's what makes great traders and non-great traders, right? Great traders know how to capitalize when price action's working with their strategy. When price action's going against their strategy, they size down and they probably take less trades, right? How do I join your masterclass? It's right there. The membership link, it should be pinned in the chat. If it's not pinned in the chat for you, next to the subscribe button, it should say join. It's also in the description of the live stream, but yeah, it should be pinned in the chat. If you don't see it, check next to the subscribe button. As long as you're subscribed, it should say join. Okay, guys, let me get a 111 in the chat while we're waiting here. We're going to wait for a nice trade to set up here. Excited to see what we get today. 111 in the chat. Angel numbers for some positivity. We're going to do daily affirmation here. Is it going to be recorded? Absolutely. Yes. Yes, so if you can't make any of the live sessions, they will be recorded. I will tell you from the last 4 years, we usually got a couple people live on the stream because I used to do them early in the morning on Saturday. But by the time I woke up Sunday, the views were like 5 times. Like 80% of the members usually viewed it on Sunday or sometimes even Sunday night or so yeah, usually we have a smaller crowd while it's live just because of the time and it's the weekend, so people are enjoying their weekend. But within the next couple of days, most people watch it. So yeah, it is recorded. You don't have to come to the live taping at all. You're not required to. But it is beneficial if you want to be able to ask me questions, of course. You know. Yeah, every session will be recorded for you guys. Go back and watch it anytime on your own time. All right, 111 in the chat. Today's positivity. Today is June 5th. Let's see what we got for you guys. This is your reminder that you are allowed to outgrow people, places, and version of yourself. Growth is not betrayal. Change is not failure. Life becomes lighter when you stop carrying what no longer belongs to you. Amen to that, chat. Sometimes you gotta let things go. You gotta let things go so that you can grow, right? We're all here to grow and be the best version of ourselves. To become the best version of yourselves, you gotta upgrade your mindset. Right? You have to upgrade your mindset. Especially if you're gonna be a trader. If you're gonna be an entrepreneur. Remember, you guys are all business owners. So you guys, even if you're not making money at it, this is in the startup phase. This is your business. And as a business owner, you have to come in with a certain mindset, right? You get what I'm saying, chat? You gotta come in with a certain mindset, or your business is gonna fail, right? You wanna when you open up a business and you invest your money, you wanna set yourself up for the best possible scenario. Times of live trading Sunday. Yeah, it shows you in the stream preview, guys. Let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. I told you guys I'm gonna review everything, the time and everything. Give me like give me just 5 minutes to pull it up. Give me 5 minutes. So, ladies and gentlemen, about 5 minutes, I will pull up the trading lab and I will pull up the sneak preview of exactly what you can expect from it. 5 minutes. Trying to get it up here. Good morning, King. What's up, King? Is it in the Discord? No, it's going to be on YouTube, so it's nice and easy for you guys. It's going to be on YouTube. Nice and easy for you guys. You guys don't have to do no work. All you're going to do is come to YouTube. Only you're going to be able to see it. It's a members only video for those who have the Trading Lab membership. So as long as you have the Trading Lab membership, you'll be able to see it. If you don't have the Trading Lab membership, you won't be able to see it. Okay, here we go. I pulled it up here, guys. So if you click on live on my channel, you're gonna see Sunday's Trading Lab. See, it says members only. When it does go live again, it'll just be a black screen. If you're not in the Sunday's Trading Lab, you won't be able to see it at all. It'll disappear once we go live. But yeah, so this one is scheduled for 12 o'clock West Coast time, which is 3 p.m. East Coast time. So 3 p.m. if you're on the East Coast, 12 o'clock if you're on the West Coast with me. Again, it will be recorded. So yeah, Sunday afternoon, guys. There will be times where I may have to move it around and maybe change the time, or maybe even do it on a Saturday just in case. That's going to be rare though, but you guys will know ahead of time, and you're always going to have this stream preview so you'll know when it is. All right. But yeah, this is going to be the Trading Lab. It'll be every single Sunday, guys. It's not one Sunday. It's every single Sunday. Let me pull up a preview so you guys can see what you're going to learn. And if you guys know me, you know I always do bonus stuff. So if you learned from me before, like I said, it's going to be entirely different. This is more simplistic, straightforward, step-by-step, nice, easy checklist. And what was I going to say? And you guys know that I always throw in bonus stuff every week. So let's say this week we're going to focus on the strategy. You guys learning the strategy step by step, so you're ready to go. Next week we may focus more on institutional candles. The following week we may focus more on risk management. The following week we may focus more on fake outs and avoiding fake outs. You know what I mean? So every class we will review the strategy, but we'll also have like a focus for the day. Does that make sense, everybody? Let me get a 5 in the chat if that makes sense. Look at us continuing down here. Oh my goodness, my weekly level is right here at 783. What a trade. Wow. Wow. If you guys remember, on Monday I graphed out this level on Monday. If you were here on stream. Oh my goodness, just to give you a perspective of how far it is. We were up here. I graphed this out. This is 750 points away. Holy. Oh my goodness. We finally got there. Holy. But we need to get here though. It's healthy for the market. We need to get here. We've been so bullish. We needed to pull back to this area at least. Yeah, every Sunday. Yep. Every Sunday. All right, guys, here's a preview of what you're going to be learning in the Trading Lab. So you'll be learning key levels. You're going to be learning my full out analysis. You'll be able to do your analysis just like me. You'll be able to graph out those levels on a higher time frame, find those pivot points, find those key levels. And the greatest thing about those key levels is it doesn't just help you with the direction, it helps you with take profit levels as well, as you can see. Number 2, you're going to be learning my A+ trade setup checklist. What's my checklist for A+ setup for me, right? Because everybody trades differently, but if you want to learn what I do, this is my A+ setup checklist. You're going to get that checklist. It's going to be so simple. All you're going to do is look at your checklist, check. Okay, enter. That's it. So simple. Anybody can learn it. My dog can learn it. Literally anybody can learn it. That's how simple it's going to be. Step-by-step criteria, entry requirements. We're going to be going through real chart examples. And the best thing about this class is that it's every Sunday. And to keep you up with the current price action, I'm going to be using the examples of the week that just passed. So we're going to be reviewing this week and doing examples of this week, right? We're going to keep you up to date with the current price action always, so that no matter what's going on in the charts, you will be ready to go. All right, common mistakes to avoid. That's going to be where you want to take notes. So I encourage you guys, those of you who did sign up for the Trading Lab and those of you who are looking to sign up, please bring a notebook to class. I'm serious, bring a notebook. You're going to need to write things down because although it is simple to follow, there's going to be a lot of common mistakes to avoid that I need you guys to write down and study, because I know I'm off the top of my head. But if it's new information for you, you're probably gonna have to write it down and say, okay, let me avoid this. You know what I mean? So you will have to do some studying from what I teach you guys, right? So yes, please get a notebook. You can go to the dollar store, or not even, go to like Walmart, Target. Aren't they like 50 cents? I think they're like 50 cents, or some of them are like 15 cents. Yeah, go pick up a notebook today or over the weekend. A little 50 cents. Please bring it to class. Market structure and targets, right? Reading market structure, chart patterns, all those good things. We're not going to get deep into that this Sunday, because this Sunday we're going to focus on learning the strategy. But as we keep going, we will get deeper and deeper and advanced. Again, if you learned from me before, you guys know how I do. We get really advanced. You know, you guys always say, wow, you never said that on stream. And those of you who learned from me before, you know, in these classes, there's so much that I don't say on stream where it's mind-blowing, right? So, yeah, I'm excited. We'll be doing institutional things, liquidity things, all that good stuff. So the goal is for you to build a consistent trading strategy. Actually, I'm giving you one. I'm literally giving you one. I'm handing it to you. Here, handing it to you. All right. How do you join? Lauren, she asked me, how do you join like 5 times already? I said the link is pinned in the chat. Can somebody help Lawrence out, chat? Maybe, I don't know if he can't hear me, or I feel like I answered you like 3 times. Of course, we're getting a little bounce here. It's a very strong level. This level is from the weekly time frame, so it's actually one of the strongest levels on my chart. So I'm not surprised if we get a bounce here, or if we even hesitate here. We could hesitate here. Sorry it was out. No, you're good. You're good. But the link is pinned in the chat for the membership. It's also next to the subscribe button. It's also in the description. Look under the stream. That's funny. Look under the stream. All right, everybody. It's about that time that we do some membership recognition. I think it's time that we do that. You know, I always want to recognize our members. I'm truly grateful for them. I'm grateful for my subscribers as well. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of our new members. Abdullah joined the membership yesterday. Mayo joined the membership. Gilad Safadi, sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Welcome to the membership. New members: Sonia, Abdullah. We got Lux, Ashley, and NQ Soccer Mom. Thank you guys. Welcome. Again, this is not all of our members, but I do want to take the time to make sure we recognize you guys. If you recently renewed your membership within the last couple of days, maybe like the last 7 days or so, you will see yourself on this leaderboard in no particular order. We also got Linda Harris with the 4-month streak. We got She Slays, Nas with the 37-month streak, Penny Knox with the 47-month streak, and Angie B with her 1st month streak. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you guys. Spend your hard-earned money supporting the stream. Thank you. If you guys are out there watching me and you want to support the stream for free, the easiest way to support the stream for free is to give the stream a like. If you're doing that, that is more than enough. I truly appreciate you guys liking up the stream. Seriously, that's way more than enough. Thank you so much. You can also support the stream for free by just watching. Right? Watch it. Even if you're done trading, there's still so much to learn. We go through a lot of things throughout the stream. You're missing out if you just click out, right? Or even just play me in the background. Put me on the TV. You know, those of you who play the stream even when you're done, I really appreciate it. Those are free ways to support the stream. So thank you so much, everybody. Seriously, guys, thank you. I really can't thank you guys enough. I really appreciate it. By the way, I checked our stats. In the last 3 weeks, what in the world? Why are you jumping up here? What are you doing? No! You can't be up here. Give me a minute. Hold on. What the heck? He just jumped up here. Give me a minute. Be right with you. Sorry, chat. That's one of the doggos. 1 out of 2. What was I saying, guys? I lost my concentration now. I was so distracted. Oh, there's Soccer Mom. I see you. Excited to be here for the lab. Let's go. He's adorable. Thank you, guys. Yeah, guys, remember, guys, the lab is not for all members. The lab is only for those who have the Sunday Trading Lab membership. So you must have the Sunday Trading Lab membership. If you already joined the membership recently and you are upgrading or downgrading, it will prorate you. So you're not gonna, you shouldn't have to pay the full price. It'll probably prorate from what you already paid. Just a heads up. We have people, I have it open for you guys to upgrade and downgrade anytime, just like I did a couple years ago. We had a lot of you guys who upgrade and downgrade throughout the months. You can upgrade and downgrade at midnight. It could be at 2 a.m. It could be on the weekend. You can do it 24/7. You have that freedom to do that. But yeah, I did forget what I was saying before the dog jumped up here. About to tell us about, oh, the stats. Thank you, T. Yes, so because you guys been showing up and watching the streams and liking the streams, the power of that, you guys pushed the stream out to 200,000 people. That is a lot, chat. 200K? Of course, not all those people click. That's just business numbers, but it's been a long time since they pushed our stream out to 200,000 people. You know, last year, they wouldn't push our stream out past like 20K people in a month. So the fact that you guys got our stream out there to be in front of 200,000 people's faces and give them the chance to click, that is truly amazing. So you guys are so powerful. So thank you guys so much. That's powerful, ain't it? That's powerful, I tell you. Watching the stream and liking the stream goes a long way. It really, really goes a long way. Seriously. So thank you guys. We got Rob shaking up the room here. Thank you, Rob. Welcome to Sunday's Trading Lab. Oh, I'm excited, guys. I'm super excited. You guys are going to enjoy it. The first class, I'm pretty sure you guys are going to be like, oh my God. I just got my money's worth and more. The first class is gonna be quite the amount of information. 6-figure strategy information. You can take it and reproduce it and do your thing. What's up, Rico? What's up, Rico? Appreciate you, Rico, always being here. Rico said, what's good, Lens and chat? How do I join Sunday's Trading Lab? It's right there. The membership is right there, everybody. Pinned in the chat. Right there, pinned in the chat, everybody. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting a bounce here. No surprise we're getting a bounce here. No surprise at all. Okay, let's see. I am watching the market, guys. No worries. Just remember, we just had a pretty big fall, so I am going to be very patient today. That fall would have been the first entry of the day, but like I said, I didn't want to risk all that much. That's okay. It's a-okay. I'm not tripping over $200. Missed. Okay, we'll get another one. This is what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna step away for 60 seconds. I'm gonna get my dog out of here because I don't want him to whine in the background. Just give me 60 seconds and I will be right back. Alrighty, thank you for your patience, everybody. I'm back. Did I make it back in 60 seconds? I think I did. I think I did. Hold on. Gotta push back a little bit. How far back can I go? Forgot to turn on the lights, chat. Can I get it? We got it. We got it. We got it. These dog toys in my way. Okay. All right. Why's my chain keep peeping out? The first one or the second one? Oh wait, wait, first or second what? I might have forgot. Was it something that I said? What's up, player? Good morning to you. We get a reaction video. Yeah. Yeah. When we're done trading, we're gonna head straight into the reaction video. I'm excited to watch it. It's gonna be interesting. I like getting other traders' perspectives because that's the beauty about trading. We all looking at the same charts, but we can all see it a different way. We can all make money. Right? That's one thing I love about trading. It doesn't matter what someone else is doing. It doesn't have anything to do with you making money. You can make your money, they can make their money, we can all win together, right? That's the beauty of it. But it's nice to get other people's perspectives. What do you personally like about TradeFi compared to others you use? I like that they have the option of a cheaper account. That's number one. I think $60 of an investment, you got to think about the return on money, right? You can easily make 1,000, 2,000, even 3,000 from a 25K if you're just taking your time and trading consistently. Like you can turn $60 to $2,000 within a month or two. To be able to do that, I mean, that's a blessing. Let's be honest. You can use that money to then buy bigger accounts, right? You can invest into yourself. You can buy bigger accounts. Now you can afford the bigger accounts and take your time and get an even bigger payout, right? Now you can make 5K, 10K, 15K, 20K. And then from then on, do what you will, right? Keep investing your money, maybe buy accounts with other firms. But it goes back to the starting point that literally $60 can change your life. Also, the no subscription. Come on. No subscription. A lot of traders are like, even I got the question today. How long does it take you to pass? How long does it take me to pass, right? If you're focused on how long it takes somebody to pass or how long it takes you to pass, you're focused on the wrong thing. You got the wrong mindset. And that is why you haven't made it yet. Right? So we have to make sure we're always upgrading our mindset, and that's why I talk to you guys about mindset. But too many traders are focused on how long it takes to pass because they're worried about the subscription. They're worried about the subscription, or B, they're worried about trying to make money. They're worried about trying to get rich overnight. Right? They're trying to rush the process. But either way, taking away the subscription, I feel like helps you focus, right? You could buy that $60 account, and if it takes you all damn year, well, it takes you all damn year. But you get what I'm trying to say. You can just focus, right? There's no rush. Use 1 micro, 2 micros, you know, and do your thing. So, yeah, I think the no subscription really it's the nail on the coffin here. I think that's the way to go. Now, don't get me wrong. Are people still going to rush through it? Of course, people are going to still rush through it. We can't control what everybody does. But just in general, for traders, I think that's good. Yeah, that's what I like about it. Other than that, I like where they're headed. You know, they got rid of a lot of affiliates. They reached out to me because they like our community. They're looking for people who they believe are actually helping the trading community. They're trying to get away from people who are doing the gamble, attention thing. But yeah, they're looking to grow and be as big as Top Step or bigger. You know, they're looking to grow. So I like where they're headed. They do have a trading show, guys, on YouTube. They do have like a whole staff of people who are trading throughout the day. They're doing New York and Asian session on YouTube. Let's see here. I guess that's why Apex is not the best prop. I think the way as well. There's a time limit. Oh my goodness, what's going on with Apex? What's going on with Apex? Because I'm telling you, my Twitter feed is like, it's like negative, 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 negative. I don't even know. Like, people are really going at Apex. What's been going on with them? Why are people so pissed off? Like, it's a lot. It's definitely a lot that I've seen lately, especially this week. Did they recently change their rules or something? Like, what is it that's like really pissing people off? Then I see a lot of people saying, oh, you guys used to be the best, now you guys are the worst. Like, what happened? What did they do? Had no issue with Apex. Good morning, Cool. I see you, Cool. Eddie, good morning to you. No issue with them so far. Gonna venture onto a different prop once I pass this one. Apex want you to photo shoot just to prove that you made the money every angle. Every angle. Pressing the button, your left side. I did see quite a few people who are known for trading bigger sizes say that they made a certain amount and they didn't even get 5 payouts, but they moved them to the live account and took their money. Is that true? Did you guys see stuff like that? I've seen that like a couple times from different people. Saying that, oh, because I'm trading these big sizes and all that, they didn't even let me get the 5 payouts to move to live. They just moved me to live without my permission. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I keep seeing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. That's not right. You know, if somebody did the work to pass the challenge. They do the work to, you know, run it up in their accounts. They deserve to get paid. You know, it should be that straightforward. So to say, oh man, we're gonna take all that money you just made, even though you didn't get 5 payouts yet, move you to a live account. Now we're locking up your money that you just did all that hard work for. That's kind of messed up. I could see how people get pissed at that. That's messed up. You heard about that a lot? Yeah, that's literally what I've been seeing from a lot of people. Definitely true. I would never consider them. I don't care how many accounts they let you have when they won't pay you. You heard that a lot? Well, I will say this. If we look at the fine print of rules, I do think every prop firm has a rule where they're like, hey, if you make this much in every single account, we're automatically bumping you to live. So maybe if people just trade small, reach the threshold to get a payout, but let's say reach the threshold to get 2K out of all 20 accounts, that's a 40K payout. I can't say nothing. Like, I could see if people are up 10K in all 20 accounts and then they're moving them to live, because I think that is against rules. Maybe they're holding it for a bigger payout, but I don't know. I would just say once you can take out 2K from each account, take the 40K payout. You know, because apparently building it up, for them, they're not liking it. What pair am I watching? Nasdaq. And you know what? They use these big influencers. One of them we're going to talk about today in this video that we're going to react to at the end of the stream. Jade Cap, something like that. I only know because of the title, but I don't know anything about him besides he's gotten $1 million payout from Apex, or maybe more than that. I don't know. I know it's at least $1 million though. But we're gonna hear his perspective on trading. I think it'll be interesting. But like people like him who have a big following on social media, of course they use these people to, they're going to pay them their money because that's going to make everybody think, oh my God, I can make $1 million with them. Let me buy an account, right? And it's not right if you're only paying influencers their payout, but everybody else who doesn't have a following, oh, you're locking up their money and not paying them. That's not right. And it's also not right if for influencers, they don't have to get 5 payouts. They can just pass and get a big payout. But you're making everybody else, oh, you got to get 5 payouts till you can take out more money. And then we lock up your money. That's not right. It's not right to lock up certain people's money and not lock out other people's money. Rules are rules for everybody, right, chat? Rules are rules. I will tell you, with meeting with Tradingviews, with the Tradingviews team, they've shown equality. They've shown equality. The rules are for everybody, influencer or not. Bought a 5-pack of Apex accounts yesterday. Copy trade 3 micros. As soon as I executed trade, it said I was 1,000 down in profit. Apex is a scam in my opinion. Wait. As soon as I executed the trade. Huh. Wait, you're saying as soon as you entered the trade, you were 1,000 down? Can I get more context on that, if you don't mind? What does that say? They say moving you to live. What's wrong with that? Oh, Beach, yeah, so what people are complaining about with the live is, what's the number? I'm trying to think of the number off the top of my head. But basically, you have to get 5 payouts, right? 5 payouts in a row to be moved to the live, okay? And what happens is someone who maybe they took 1 payout or didn't even take a payout yet, they're running those accounts up with big numbers, and let's say they got like 10K in all 20 accounts. They got like 200K worth. They're taking those people and say, hey, even though you didn't get a payout yet, let's move you to the live account. Allegedly. I'm just telling you what I've been reading on Twitter. I'm reading a lot of this. They're moving you to the live account. They're putting your 200K to the side, and you didn't get a payout yet. And with the live account, they're not letting you have access to all your money. They're not putting your 200K in the live account. They're only giving you a certain percentage. So let's say like 25% of this would be like 50K. So they're putting 50K in your live account and leaving 150K of your money on hold. And you have to trade with your 50K live account and slowly unlock your money through payouts. That's what I've seen. I don't know how true it is. I can just tell you, I just keep seeing it from people, and they're getting pissed because they're like, that's my money, like I deserve the payout type thing. But I will say, maybe stop over leveraging could stop that too. You know what I mean? It's like, you're only allowed, what, like 2K drawdown? I don't know if it's 2,500 or 2K, but let's just be real. For you to take 2K and flip it to 10K within like 2-3 days, I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I mean, because 100% profit is 4K. 100% of that is 8K. Right? You gotta make over 200% profit in 3 days is ridiculous. Traders don't even make 100% profit in a year. You know what I mean? So maybe if people size down, I don't know. Big cap trades, field swing pattern strategy. He has a YouTube channel dedicated mostly to that. Oh, he has a YouTube channel. He does? Okay, well that's who we're reacting to. I guess he's the multi-millionaire in the video. Again, I didn't watch it. I can only go off of the thumbnail. It had his name or whatever. But yeah, it's him against 15 traders who are unprofitable, and then they go up and I guess ask him questions. I guess he reveals a lot. I don't know. I didn't watch it, but we're gonna watch it. People are greedy. None of firms are required to pay anything. Read the fine print, y'all. So, yeah, I feel like if someone does the work to pass and they run up some money in their funded account, they deserve to get paid. You know, point blank. So yeah. And then the influencer thing, you can't just pay influencers only and then other people be like, oh my god, you broke the rules. Because that's another thing, guys. A lot of influencers are doing Hail Mary trades and risking big just to hurry up and pass and get another payout to post on X. And some of them are hedging. And it's fine because, oh, it's an influencer and they're giving us attention. But somebody else does hedging. Oh, they're banned. Oh, you can't get the payout. We're going to tell you after you make X amount of money that we're not going to pay you out. It's not fair. You know what I mean? It's not fair to only pay influencers and let them go against rules. And I've even seen some of them, they don't even have to wait for 5 payouts. So, you know, I don't think it's fair to change your rules around just because somebody has attention. I think rules should be standard no matter who it is, you know. And money should be paid. Somebody earned the money, money should be paid. You can't say, oh, I'm not going to pay you because you don't have a following, but I got to pay this person because if I don't pay them, I could get their followers against my company, right? That's not good business. Seriously, that's not good business, and that's not genuine. You know? Alrighty, we hit this moving average again, not on the 5, but if we go down to the 3, we hit it again. Straight back down here. Gotta be careful because, although it's 90 points, these levels are still kind of close together. This is, oh, I don't have any more lines below here. Looks like we had a big dump this morning in Nasdaq. Pulled up about 150 points. Back down 140. Now what? Right now I don't see anything that I would take, but I am watching, guys. I'm watching while I'm chatting with you. Don't like special rules for special people for anything like that. If people want restrictions, no rules. On your own cash account. There you go, Rico. Yeah, and you know what? That's a thing. Not to get too into it, but we did talk about that at Tradingviews about how some firms are shady with changing rules for influencers. That's one thing that they don't do. So, they don't change rules just because you have a following at Tradingviews. So, everybody's getting paid. You make the money, you follow the rules, you get paid. That's it. Follow the rules, get paid. Real simple. Seriously, real simple. Follow rules, get paid. There's no freebies for anything. I don't get free accounts. I have to pay for my own account. There's no like extra favoritism. I gotta pay. I'm not allowed to use my own promo code. No influencer is. You know, so, you know, I gotta pay, you know. And that as it should be, just like you guys gotta pay for account, you know. What platform do you recommend when I'm ready for an account? I like Tradingviews. Versatile. I have it open on the side here. You guys can't see it because I had to crop my screen just for you to see Tradingviews, but I have it open on my other screen here. I like the Tradingviews platform personally. They are regulated in the US, so if you are a US citizen, you can use them to fund your account as well for a personal account. Nothing better than that, right? That's the cool thing about it. They're regulated. US, you don't have to worry about anything. But then also you can use them for funded accounts, so very versatile, right? Yeah, I definitely would recommend regulated just because of the way the rules have changed over the years in trading. Things have gotten very stricter, which is why I had switched to Forex, switched from Forex to futures. Things got a lot stricter, so it's better to be on the futures side. If you're in the US, you are protected by law, and just stick with a, regulated US broker. That way you're protected and your money's protected. No matter what, your money is protected. So, by law. So, no one can cheat you out of your money, right? Hey, let's be honest. These firms are worth millions of dollars. I mean, I'm talking about brokers. Something happens, gotta get you a good lawyer. Nothing's gonna happen though, guys. I mean, these are just, you know how our law is here in the US. Nothing's gonna happen, but you know what I mean. Hypothetically, you better sue for 500 million. Man, they took my $2. Man, I'm suing y'all for 500 million. Man, give me my $2 back. We could settle outside of court. They're gonna be like 200. We ain't giving you no 200 million. All right, 100 million. We ain't giving you no 100 million. All right, 20 mil. I can't go lower. All right, we'll give you 20 mil. Okay, cool. I'm happy. Finesse, chat. I'll settle for. I don't. 20 mil is too low, but all right, cool. You got a deal. You gotta start high, right? You gotta start at 500 mil, 800 mil. You gotta give it to them. You gotta start real high, and bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. I guess I'll do 20. I guess. For TradeFi, which account type doesn't require buffer? The select. But when you pass the select, I'll pull it up so you have a visual. So when you come here, you can choose between the growth, the select, and lightning. You get to skip the challenge. You get straight into instant funding. But the select, when you pass, okay, you get to choose between daily payouts and flex payouts. If you choose daily payouts, I believe with a daily payout, you have to do the buffer. If you choose flex, flex is similar to Top Steps, just every 5 days, $150 or more. You get paid. So yeah, the select and choose the flex when you pass. It's not bad every 5 days, right? You just focus on your week of trading. Again, you can scale down to 1 micro. Take your trades throughout the week, get paid every week. That's it. Keep it simple. Keep it real light and simple, guys. I said 150. Hey, chat. Let me rain check that. I think it's 150 or is it 200? It is, yeah, okay, yeah. So it depends on your account size. So if you have a 25K account, your minimum winning days of 5 need to be at least $100. Okay. If you have the 50K, minimum winning days got to be $150. If you have the 100K, minimum days got to be $200. 150K minimum winning day has to be 250. So it depends on what account size you have. Most people probably have a 50K, I assume. So 150 or more. Make sense, guys? Real simple. But you can always go to the website. You can always go to the website, and it's at the bottom because I'm scrolled. But there's a like an AI bot, a chat bot. You can click it. They do have people, but it goes to the AI bot first because it can answer almost all your questions. You can just literally ask it yourself. If you want a comparison of, you know, the different payout methods for the different accounts, I would suggest to do that. I'll give you guys the link. Use the AI bot. It's real simple. Fast answers. Very fast answers. If it needs to be escalated for you to speak to someone, then it will send you to someone. But you can literally just chill with the AI bot and be like, hey, what's the difference between the select and growth for payouts? Like, what I gotta do to get paid? Like, you can just talk to it. You know what I mean? I just put the link in the chat for you guys. All right, here, bounce back up. Okay. Let's see how we feel about this. I think we may range here a little bit. Not surprised. Like I said, this is a major level. So if we do reverse off of this, I would expect us to range a little bit. Even if we push through this, I would expect it to range a little bit. So either way, I'd expect it to take its time. Don't want to go off of the 3 minute today. We're going to go off of the 5 minute. The song always activates the body. That is so funny. But yeah, guys, like I said, go ahead and click the rule. Go ahead and click that link there. I do not work for Tradingviews. They have plenty of people who they pay to answer you guys' questions. And you guys can click that link and the bot will answer all the questions you got. Real simple. But yeah, the consistency rule. Let's do an example. I'm gonna get a calculator for you guys so you guys can see in the calculator. I'm gonna do an example of a 50K account. So a 50K account, you have to make $3,000 profit, right? So the consistency rule is 40% on the select. So I'm just gonna use 40% as an example. So 40% of your total profit. So let's take $3,000 times 40%. We're multiplying by the consistency rule. That means while you're doing your challenge, you don't want to go over 1,200 profit for the day because it kind of signals that you're over leveraging. That's why there's a consistency rule. I mean, you have to think about it, guys. You're making more than half of your drawdown. In the real world, if this was a live account, you would not make that amount. Unless you're over leveraging your entire account, right? So that's why there's consistency rules. So again, take your consistency rule, 40% times your profit target, 3,000. That should be your daily profit goal, right? Or your max daily profit goal, I should say. Don't make more than 1,200 a day. Make sense? Cool. If you are doing the 100K, you can do 6,000 on 40%. Don't go over 2,400 in a day profit, right? Again, if you're sticking to normal risk, I mean, that's pretty standard, you know. Sunday's Trading Lab's gonna be in the afternoon. It will be 3 o'clock if you're on the East Coast, 12 o'clock if you're on the West Coast. You do not have to be there live though. I've hosted classes the last 4 years. I did take a 6-month break, but I can tell you in the last 4 years of me hosting classes, we used to do them on Saturdays. Most people don't come to the live. They watch it in their own time after. So you guys don't have to come to the live, but you're welcome to come to the live and ask questions. You know, so it's up to you guys. But it will be recorded. Not per day, right? It's per trade. No, it's for the day. So it's profit for the day. So again, with the 50K account, your 3,000 profit target times 40% consistency rule. At the end of the day, you don't want to make over $1,200. So if you made over $1,200, you guys saw me do that last year with the Take Profit Trader accounts, right? The consistency rule is 50% on Take Profit Trader. So if we times it by 50%, can't go over $1,500. You guys saw me on stream. We made like $1,700 on stream. And so I was trying to lose, remember I was trying to lose money to get it to go under the 1,500. I don't know if you guys remember that last year. But yeah, it's funny when you're trying to lose money on purpose, you keep winning. It's so stupid, right? Why is it like that, chat? Why is it like that? When you want to lose money because you're above the daily profit target, you win money. That's how it is, right? But yeah, it's for the day. It's for the day, not per trade, for the day. You remember? Like, Dad, we keep winning money. We gotta get down to 1,500. But don't get me wrong, guys. You can get above the profit target, right? You can make more than. Let's go back to Tradingviews. I don't want to confuse you guys. Let's go back to Tradingviews. $3,000 profit target times 40% consistency rule. Let's say you make over $1,200. You can. It's just you're not going to pass within. Let's say the minimum is 3 days on the select. You're not going to pass in 3 days because you're above your consistency rule. So it's going to require you to make more profit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's say let's pretend you don't get what I'm saying. Let's say today you made 1,500. Tomorrow you made 1,000. And then the next day you made 500 to pass. You passed in 3 days. Voila, you're like, oh my God, I passed. I reached the 3K profit target. It's been 3 days, 3 days minimum. I passed. However, did you reach the consistency goal? You didn't. Because your biggest winning day was $1,500, right? So if we take $1,500 and divide it by 3,000, you're at 50% consistency rule. You need to get that down to 40%. So even though you passed, you still got to keep trading. So that's why you want to stick to it. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of annoying, right? You hit the profit target, you got to keep making profit. That's your consistency rule. But just stick to the consistency rules, guys. There's no reason not to. I mean, if your trade is flying, then just exit your trade, right? You can exit your trade. And again, if you're hitting them, you must have had a really good day. Because if you're sticking to risk management, it's not going to be easy to hit 1,200 on a 50K. Unless you're leveraging pretty high. You get what I'm saying? I mean, let's be honest. With one micro is $2 on Nasdaq. If we divide this by $2, that means you won 600 points. In a trade or in a day? Come on. Are you normally getting 600 points every single day in profit? You see what I'm saying? Okay, let's say you use 2 contracts. Well, that's $4 a point. Still, do you regularly make 300 points in a day? The average person does not. You see what I'm saying? So that's why there's a consistency rule. Because, I mean, obviously, you must have had a really great day, right? Makes sense, guys? But 1,200, if that isn't over trading, I'm risking more than 200-300. If I make 500, I'm good. Yeah, no, I'm saying because there's people I've seen on Twitter. There's people who keep posting about making 3K in a day on the 50Ks, and it's like, obviously, come on. I mean, they're risking pretty high, you know? But yeah, risk 200 per trade, 2 to 300 per trade is good. 200's a really good risk if you could keep it at 200 on a 50K. You know, a 3x return is $600. That's half of your daily profit goal, right? Maybe you get 2-3x returns. There you go. Your stacking accounts, yeah. Doesn't help to do that evaluation. You don't get to keep the extra. Yeah, see, exactly. I never thank you, soccer mom. Yeah, it ain't like you're keeping the money from your valuation. Like, congratulations, you passed in the day, but now you got to keep trading because you're above the consistency rule. So yeah, I'd say make your, whatever account size you have, make your daily profit goal max be the consistency rule max. And then if you reach that profit, okay, cool, done for the day. Another cool thing I like to do is sometimes I'll take the profit target and divide it by 5 days. And just keep it simple. So say like $3,000 divided by 5 is $600, right? I'll say, okay, let me see if I can go for $600 a day. Start the account Monday, pass by Friday. Try to go for 600, You risk $200. A 1-to-1 is 200. All right, all you need is 3 1-to-1s. That's it. Or if you get a 2x, you're risking 200 and you get a 2x, that's $400. All you need to do is win $200 more, right? Just keep it simple. Make the goals nice and small. Make 600, okay, cool, done. Go trade the next day. Make 600, cool, done. Take your time. And even at that, you guys don't have a subscription, divide it by, instead of 5 days, 10 trading days. Okay, my goal is to beat this within 2 weeks. All right, divided by 10 be $300, all right? Go for $300 a day. That's it. You can literally pass in 2 weeks. And then do the same thing. Go for 300 for 2 weeks. Before you know it, a month has passed, and the first 2 weeks of the month, you pass an account. The last 2 weeks of the month, you're working on a payout. You got paid 3K or whatever the profit split is of 3K is. Now you can use that money, right? It took you 1 month to get your shit together. 1 month. That's all it takes, guys. It literally takes 1 month to get your shit together. To pass, get a payout. The next month, you say, okay, I'm going to take that payout and I'm going to invest it into 5 accounts. Maybe you want to do 5 150Ks, whatever you want to do, it's your choice. Or maybe you just want to get 4 more accounts. Just get 4 more. Right? Do the same thing. Now you're on month 2. Month 2, do the same thing. Go for 300 a day. Right? That's all you got to do. Within 2 weeks, you'll have another payout and you would have passed your other 4. And now at month 2, the last 2 weeks of month 2, you got 5 accounts. Go in for that payout. Now that payout times 5, right? Literally within 2 months, you can change your whole life. Crazy to say, but we're just talking about just doing $300. We're not even talking nothing crazy. 300 a day, you can change your life in 2 months. Record timing there, huh? You trade live personal capital? Yes, absolutely. I started from a personal account. So if you guys are new, welcome. Appreciate you guys clicking on the stream. Make sure you guys smile today. If you guys are new, I've been live trading on YouTube before all these prop firms were around. We've been here a long time. I was trading on live personal accounts on YouTube. Not my big personal accounts though. I was taking I'll take a little bit of cash, make a small personal account, and we'll trade that on the stream. What's up, Sam? Good morning to you. Good morning. Oh my gosh, we are ranging here, guys. We're ranging. Let's do some hot takes, everybody. Let's see, can we get those likes up, chat? We're getting close. See if we can get 100 likes. We need 12 more likes. Let's do some hot takes while we're waiting here. Got about 3 minutes for this candle to close. Going a little slow today. Let's do a little hot take. First hot take of the day. Over 1,000 Americans become millionaires every single day. It's quite a bit of people every single day. And you can be the next one. So lock in. Lock in, lock in, lock in. Another hot take that we have. Let's see what this is. If you can't sleep, who's having trouble sleeping lately? It says if you blink fast for 60 seconds straight, the eye muscles get tired and the brain receives the signal that it's time to rest. It's a trick the military pilots use to fall asleep in less than 2 minutes. Never heard of that trick. That's interesting. Let me know if anybody here has tried that. Blink fast for 60 seconds. I'm gonna have to try that. Interesting technique. Another one. What's this one? If you have no energy and no time, splash cold water on your face for 30 seconds. The dive reflex activates the nervous system and sends oxygenated blood to the brain. More effective than coffee, faster than any energy drink. Yeah, I can tell you, I do this because I get up at 5 a.m. and sometimes I gotta splash cold water on my face. Yeah, it works. You definitely wake up. Another way to wake up is to walk outside in the daylight, honestly. You wake up, step outside for fresh air. Definitely works. Definitely works. Like I said, guys, if you guys have questions about Tradingviews, it's so easy that you can just click on the website and get all your questions answered. They have people who they are paying there to answer your questions for you. Also, they have an AI bot that gives you quicker answers than what I can, because the AI bot is way quicker than me, of course. Yes, it's a futures prop. Yep. Yeah, I'm not gonna answer no more Tradingviews questions. You guys can click on the link yourselves and get those answers nice and easy. All right, let's see here. We're gonna focus on these charts. We're still in this range. Oh my goodness, we're still in this range. The last stream I did was a pop-up Asian session stream. It was Wednesday night, so shout out to those of you who came through. TP got hit. That was the last trade we took on stream. Yeah, I surprised you guys. I wanted to see who had their notifications on 2 days ago. I did a little pop-up Asian session stream. Nothing new here. We've been doing this stuff for 5 years on YouTube. Nothing new. Beautiful trade. Those of you guys who joined the Trading Lab, you're going to learn that exactly step by step. Let's see, from Monday's stream. Another beautiful trade from Monday's stream. Again, let's see what we can do today. Let's see what we can do today. Waiting. We are patiently waiting. Asian session was good. Yeah, it was a great little simple trade there. That's exactly what you can expect to be learning in the Trading Lab, ladies and gentlemen, in the Trading Lab. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be reviewing those things. You can learn how to do that step by step. Real simple. Be real simple for you. Let's see. Also, when you guys join the Discord, you guys do click that you read the rules. So let's make sure we follow the rules. I did ban a couple people yesterday. So just make sure you guys follow the rules, please. Be nice to everybody. Be a kind human. Don't post hazarded links. Don't post not safe for work pictures. Keep all nudes to yourself, please. Do not post nudes in the Discord. Not appropriate to do. I shouldn't have to tell you this. We're all adults. But yeah, let's just make sure we follow the rules, guys. So we gotta make sure I say that. Please follow the rules. Your post will get deleted, as they do, and we will move on. Okay, so please follow the rules. Okay, let's see here. We're in this little range. We're being patient. Being as patient as we can be. Kind of sad you have to say that, but I get it. I know. Fortunately, we have to. You know, I think sometimes people just get bored, you know, and they just want to pick at some fun. I think that's all it is. You know, people get bored. It's very slow in the market today. But I shake the room. Luna, shaking the room, Luna. Welcome to Sunday's Trading Lab. I can't wait to see you on Sunday. I can't wait to see you guys on Sunday. Gonna be fun. On Sunday, we're gonna have a different format than what you see on the live stream. We're gonna be zoomed into the charts. We won't be full screen at the charts. So I'm not gonna have my camera on because we're just gonna be focused on the charts. Very, very focused. Very excited to teach you guys on Sunday. It's been a while. Okay, we're in this range. Hopefully nobody's getting chopped up in this range. You guys aren't getting chopped up in this range, right? You're not getting chopped up. You guys are doing good, right? Hope you guys are doing good. I'm gonna maintain that discipline. Some people trade ranges. I mean, if that's a part of your strategy, do your thing. Of course, do your thing. Some people, ranges are their favorite things to trade, you know? There's somebody up a lot of money right now trading this. Then there's somebody else who might have blew their account trading this range. You know what I mean? That's just how it goes in trading. But yeah, I mean, if it fits your strategy, don't let me hold you back. You do your thing. I'm just waiting. Nothing for me to do here yet. We'll see what happens though. Hello, can't wait to see you soon. Yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, and I'm glad I switched them to Sundays because this way you guys get to wake up Monday morning fresh and ready to go, right? You know, my goal is for you guys to wake up confident. You know, last year during classes on Sundays, people are like, oh my God, I can't wait till Monday. They get so excited at the end of class. You know, sometimes you feel like, oh my God, I'm ready to go. Let's apply this knowledge right now, you know? But this way, you know, we'll do it Sunday, and I think it's a great way to have a fresh review. Because when you have a fresh review right before the market opens, you get to, it's kind of like reviewing your rules one more time, right? And you should do that, guys. You should review your rules before you start trading, just to remind yourself that you need to stick to them. It's a good thing to do. All right, now I'm following my rules, and well, waiting for a closure. If I followed my rules based on the 3-minute, probably would have got faked out. Yeah, probably would have got faked out. I do see a fake out already on the 3-minute. So, you know, if I'm spotting a lot of fake outs on the 3-minute for what I like to trade, then you will see me go to the 5-minute time frame. Just to get a better confirmation. I'm not a fan of continued trend trades because we don't get that many trending days where we just go the same direction all day. It happens, but if we do have those days, I like to be in it first, you know? When it first starts. Not the continuation, but we'll see. Right now, I believe Nasdaq is bluffing unless we break these lows. For me, it's just bluffing right now. We're just chilling. That's what we'll do, guys. Since we have a little downtime, I'm gonna bring that mentorship form out. We're gonna do some free mentoring on stream. Free 99. All you gotta do is fill out this form. It's a nice quick form. You guys have 80 questions for me. This is your time to get some free mentorship. Also, if you want me to review a trade, you'll have to send the picture into the Discord so I can pull it up on stream. Let me see. Right. There we go. All right. Free mentoring is there. I'm put it in the chat. I'm going to pin it in the chat. Go ahead and fill out that form, guys. I'm going to answer you guys while the market's a little bit slower right now. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And soon I'm going to be bringing you guys on stream. You don't have to show your face, but for now, we're going to get you guys' voices back on stream because I miss hearing you guys' voices. For me, those are always the funnest streams. Nice to hear other people's voices and chat with them while we're trading here. And it's a great way to learn. You know, it's a community of learning is a great way to learn. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so you guys should be able to submit your responses. So go ahead and fill out that form. If you have a question for me, real simple and easy. You can be anonymous if you want. Just fill out that you want to be anonymous. It does ask you. If you want to be anonymous, that's perfectly fine. But go ahead and fill out the form, guys. While things are a little bit slow here. Check this out in the 15-minute. Move this mic a little bit. Sit up. Checking this out on the 15-minute time frame. You can kind of see the range a little bit here. And as long as we're holding this low, that I'm gonna call the bluff on the continuation. As long as we're holding this low. Well, let's check this out on the 4-hour time frame. We do have some lows over here that we never took out, so it is possible that if we do continue down, we may take out these lows here. I have some support in this area too, so let's see if I want to add. Let me put my magnet on. Maybe around here. Where's that support at? Where's the support at? Right around here? Yeah, right around here in the 4-hour. Okay. This at in the weekly. Just double checking my line. So yeah, if we do continue down, like for the day, like downtrending, then I'm thinking maybe another 200 points. Like I said, right now we're just ranging, so I'm kind of calling the bluff until we see some more action here. And right now I'm going to be taking a look at these lows since we're kind of coming down a bit. Maybe it's reversing for 50% opening range. Let's see. Sometimes Nasdaq likes to do that, likes to come right back up to the opening range. Right now we're about to tag the bottom of the opening range, so I'm gonna go ahead and tag that for you guys. This is the bottom of the opening range. This is the top of the opening range. And as far as the middle. I like a two-tone box. I don't know, I just like a two-tone box. But yeah, this will be the middle of the opening range right here. So interesting. Yeah, we kind of came up and retested the middle. We're rejecting off of that, pushing back towards the bottom of the opening range. So this is going to be interesting. And remember, on a higher time frame, we have lows in this area. So for me, I don't feel like I can sell it here. I feel like for me to sell it, we got to be like over here. For me to sell it, we got to get below these levels. I don't feel like I could sell it right here. Maybe if we come into here, maybe have a retest and come down or something, because it's been retesting like hell, Nasdaq. So maybe something like that. But other than that, I just can't be a seller right now. Can't. Hi, I'm targeting PWL and WOPG. What's up, GG? I don't know what those acronyms mean, but I hope you win your trade, though. This is the first time I come across your channel, but you do futures and I do spot. XAU, subscribe and support. Thank you, Jose. I appreciate you, Jose. What's up? We're having an awesome day. Who's new in the chat? Let me know who is new in the chat. Who's new? So now, what's up, Liz? Hope all's been well. What's up, Jowan? I see you. Hope you're having an awesome day. Appreciate you. Oh, previous week lows. Gotcha. I was thinking the W meant week, but I wasn't really sure. I know everyone's got their own acronyms. I call mine PPW. So my PPW line is this purple line. And then my other lines, I call them PPs. The gray lines. Me? Oh, you guys are all new. Welcome. What's up? Appreciate y'all. You guys want to see what we've been doing so far? Just kind of got back on YouTube. We're going to take you to the Twitter. If you guys want to check out my Twitter and check out all the trades from last year, all the wins and losses, I just put my Twitter link in the chat. You can literally scroll down to right around here. That's when we're playing some games on stream. But if you guys want to check out things like the way that I trade, these are all screenshots from the live stream. This was last week on stream, last week on stream, last week on stream, last week on stream, this week on stream, this week on stream, 2 days ago on stream, me yesterday at the pool. Yeah, I posted, I was reading my book. I'm always reading a book near the pool, guys. I love reading. You know, reading is knowledge. But I posted this on YouTube, on my Instagram. Only your own limiting beliefs limit what you can experience. It's very true. Just something to think about. But I wanted to share that with you guys. While I was reading, I was like, let me take a picture of this. This is a good quote. But, you know, Chad, I'm always trying to upgrade my mindset. Nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect, right? But I always try to upgrade my mindset, right? So, yeah, that was me yesterday. If you guys saw it live on my Instagram, if you're on my Instagram. But yeah, if you guys want to scroll down here, you can see trades from last year. Again, wins and losses. What a hold this was. This was a crazy hold. What the heck? was at. Again, only screenshots from the live streams. Only. I don't post what I do off a stream, like trades off stream, my personal account. I never did. I'm not that type of person. I'm not a show off type of person. I'm just here to trade with you guys and have an amazing community, and that's about it. You know, I'm not here to show you what I got. A lot of you guys know what I got. A lot of you guys know what I got. We'll put it that way, right? This is so clean. But yeah, you guys can scroll here and check out all the trades from last year. 5 years of consistency on YouTube. You guys can scroll for days. All right. But, you know, occasionally I may show you guys, like yesterday's pool day. I mean, yesterday was nice. I mean, you can't. Yesterday was nice. Come on, guys. Come on. This is your sign to get outside and read. How long have I been trading? This is going to be 13 years. So, yeah, I got over 10 years experience in these markets. This is my 13th year trading. Yeah. Been a while. Not all those 13 years were profitable, though, of course. You know, it took me about 4 years to be profitable, but 13 years, guys. Yes, it's a long time. I may look young, but I am very much grown. I am grown, chat. Okay, let's go back to these markets, and we are selling off. Holy, my goodness. So I don't like continuations too much. I really don't, but it's going. You know, I always tell you guys not to catch a falling knife, right? Linz is the GOAT. Thank you, guys. Pretty Smile, thank you so much. Let's see. You know, chat, 2 weeks ago on stream, somebody asked me if I still had a motorcycle, and I didn't. There was another comment after that, but I didn't see it till after I reviewed the stream, because I do miss chats all the time. And someone goes, wait a minute, she has a motorcycle? But yeah, I was rewatching that, and that was just so funny, that comment, because it's like, yes, I have a lot of things that you don't know. A lot of things. You know? This isn't like not everybody is like in your face, oh my god, this is what I have, you know. Not everybody's like that, chat. A lot of people are like that on social media because that's what gets them engagement, you know. It's attention, but I mean, if you want to show what you have, show what you have. If you don't, then don't, you know. Everybody's different, you know. But the reason why I laugh is because I think on social media, people have a perception that you only have what you show. And that couldn't be further from the truth. You know what I mean? It couldn't be further from the truth. It's just like when we were doing the 5K account about 4 years ago on stream. People thought that was my only personal account, a $5,000 account. Like, really? Be real. Be real. Be real. You know, how can I survive off of that? Yeah, just be open-minded, chat, and realize that not everything is shown to you. You know what I mean? Just be open-minded, guys. Social media. You know, we're here to learn and educate each other. What we're here for. What a bounce that was. We did take out those lows. Right here, these lows here. Took out the lows and had quite the bounce. Must have been some buy orders sitting there. Let me zoom out a little bit. I mean, it is kind of giving bear flag vibes, right? It's giving I'm a bear flag and I'm in your face vibes. It is giving that. Like I said, I don't know if I'm trusting it today, guys. I'm having trouble trusting the market today. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But I'm gonna continue to be patient and wait to see what I see. The internet isn't a real place, true. You go, Lids. You look very young to be that long. Thank you, guys. Yeah. I still get carded. That part is annoying. I guess it's a compliment, but like, really? Chat, when you're a certain age and you get carded, it can get annoying, you know? It can get very annoying. Let me know in the chat if you're much more older than the legal age to drink and you still get carded. When I say much more older, I mean much more older. I'm sick of getting carded, guys. I'll be honest. Definitely a compliment and still stay. I must have some good genes though. I gotta have some good genes because I feel like I'm aging like wine. It could be due to diet though. I'd have to do some research on that. The better we eat, do we age better? I don't know. Oh, hey guys, go ahead and fill out that form. I'm gonna click on a question in about 30 seconds. Go ahead and fill out that free mentorship form. If you want to be anonymous, you can be anonymous if you want to. It's up to you, but I'm gonna answer you right here on stream. Means you're taking good care of yourself. Enjoy it while it lasts. What? No, you did not just say that, Tay. You look my son's age, but he was still school 13 years ago. No way. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I read that and I thought you said your son was 13 years old, and I look your son's age. That's why I read it too quick. Yeah, I've definitely been out of school over 10 years for sure. When I say out of school, I mean out of college for sure. For sure. Yeah, it's been hey, that's a time flies, chat. Holy. Time really does fly. Scary to say that. Jeez. That's scary to say out loud. Holy. Yeah, don't count how long ago you graduated from college. It may sound a little scary if you say it out loud. Oh no. Mine 10. Was it 10 years? It may be right under 10. Okay, let's see. Let's check out this form. I'll go in order. We got Nelmac first. What markets do you trade? Forex. Never passed a firm challenge. Well, I just need to become a very good trader. That's your question? That's your question? So you're supposed to put a question there and you put, I just need to become a very good trader. So I guess I'll go off of your sentence. Oh, you're about to do yoga. I love that for you. I love that. I got yoga this Sunday. I go to yoga too. be doing that this weekend. I get so excited to do yoga. Have fun doing your yoga. But yeah, Neil, let me go off of what you said. So you said you just need to become a very good trader. And what I'll say from that statement is what is a good trader to you? That's something to think about. What is a good trader to you? Because trading is it's so dynamic that there's no like perfect way to do it. We can all look at this market in a different way and still win. But it's really not just your strategy, it's how you handle your risk, right? Your risk strategy, and then it's how you handle yourself. Are you managing yourself well? Your own personal mental discipline, right? So it's very dynamic. So what I would say is to become a good trader is really kind of, I don't want to say mastering yourself, but really leveling up yourself, leveling up your own mindset. You know? So that's what you should be focusing on. You should be focusing on how to be a better version of yourself. That's how you become a better trader. Right? I encourage you guys always to do disciplinary things in your real life. Right? Go to the gym, stick to that schedule. Go for a walk in the park, stick to that schedule. You know, watch what you eat. Be very strict on what you put inside of your body. We are what we eat, right? Like, you know, you say you're gonna get up early, stick to it, right? Be disciplined. Okay, next person, we got Tay. Tay trades futures. Got my first payout. Awesome, Tay, congrats. Still struggle with holding a trade. I almost always get out too early. I have managed to stick to small stop losses, but sometimes... Hector! Hector's shaking up the room there. What's up, Hector? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, where was I at? I've managed to stick to small stop loss, but sometimes I get stopped out. I want to learn how to manage my stop loss and take profit better with a better strategy. Awesome, awesome. So again, congrats on getting your first payout, Tay. As far as holding a trade, I like this question. Because a lot of traders struggle and they say the same thing. They say, I want to hold trades longer. The thing is why do you want to hold trades longer? Because you really don't have to. It's a common misconception that you have to hold your trades longer. You know how many people are making multiple six figures doing one-to-one setups? One-to-one setups, right? So if you can, if you're really, let's say you're going for a sell and you're that person where you're like, oh, it has to be a 2.5x or whatever it has to be. Let's say you always get a 1.5 return, no matter how the trade goes. Maybe you don't hold it to your 3x, but you always get 1.5 return. Then you finally figured out what your consistency is. You're consistent at getting a 1.5x, right? So you have to remember with trading, it's gonna be different for everybody. You know, some people are really great at catching 3x returns, 5x returns. That's their thing. Maybe your thing is 2x returns and you're overlooking it because you're like, oh, it's not enough. But what if it is more than enough? You know? But another thing you can do is you can take partials and then just hold, you know, you can just hold one until full TP. That's another thing you can do. You know? That's probably one of the best things you can do. That's going to help you hold trades longer if you just take partials and then just hold one micro to full TP. That's all. But I will tell you, there's nothing wrong with one-to-ones. Actually, if you look at prop firm stats, when they do, sometimes they release them, the most profitable traders who win the most money are one-to-one people. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. So glad you said that. I keep telling my friends making 150 to 250 is a trade's greater. It is greater. It is. If you can consistently make $300 a day, you just figured out how to make $500,000 a year. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to my voice, if you've made $300 on a trade before, if you can do that, you literally proved to yourself already by doing that you can make $500,000 a year trading. You literally proved it. So what's stopping you from doing that? What's stopping you is that in your mind, it's not enough. And when we have a mindset of lack of money and lack and not enough, that is the opposite of attracting money. That's exactly what's keeping you from making money. The reason why you don't have the money that you want to have is because of your mindset. All right? This is why the famous quote, you must become rich in your mind before you become rich in real life. What that's talking about is shifting your perspective and how you view things. All right? Let's take $300 a day and you got 5 accounts. The average of 20 trading days in every month. You just did that. That's 30 grand. Times 12 months. It's going to be like 300K or something. 360K salary potential. That's just with 5 accounts. But what if you have 5 accounts with Traded 5 accounts with Top Step? Or 5 accounts with anybody. You have 5 and 5. That's 720 grand a year. Just making $300 a day. Right? So what's stopping you from making $720,000 a year is that for some reason you think that $300 a day is enough. You are doing enough. You're doing more than enough. You're doing awesome. Okay. Next, we got Anonymous. Anonymous trades futures, multiple payouts, struggling with consistency. Awesome with the multiple payouts. Nice. I trade different Asia and London sweep and hold on. How come it got cut off? I trade different Asia and London sweep and took the trade from BOC and FVG. I know you trade in a different way. Happy to join your Sunday lab. Thank you for joining. Yeah, I don't know the BOC. I know the FVGs because you guys taught me that over the years here being on stream, but BOC I don't know. I know you guys have all those acronyms. But yeah, welcome to the lab. Welcome to the lab. And trading sweeps of sessions is awesome. That's a great way to trade as well. Those are levels the market looks for, so good on you that you know that. Hi, Luminous. Good morning. Dev, what's up, Dev? Hope you're having an awesome Friday. Thank you for the bank zones. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Okay, next we got Luna. Luna trades futures, passed the challenge, never reached the payout. And let's see. I'm finding it really hard to make the buffer amount for a prop account. I'm currently at 1,300 drawdown. Can you explain how I possibly can recover this account? Absolutely. I'm assuming you're on a 50K? You're about $700 away, right? All right, let's see. $1,300. Let me go to higher time frame. $1,300 drawdown. 1 micro. Let's make a plan for you right here, right now. I'll go to higher time frame. All right. So your $1,300 drawdown. What I would do is every 3 winning days, increase your size. So for the next 3 trading days, you're going to use 1 micro. And because you're only $700 away, I want you to go for base hits. Go for like $50, $75 is good. You really want to go for $100, but because you're so close, we want to slowly build your cushion back up. So go for 50 to 75, close the trade. Don't hold it. $50 to $75, close the trade. Your next trade, 1 micro. 50 to 75 a trade, right? So as you accept those $75 wins and $50 wins, you can slowly crawl yourself to $200 days, right? let's say you do that for 3 days straight, 1 micro only, you would have made back at least $600, right? And some of those trades may fly to $100 to take the $100. Don't get me wrong. So you'll go from 1,300 to 700 drawdown. Now from here, I would recommend you do the same thing. Right? Within 2 weeks, you can slowly crawl yourself back to break even. Of course, you can increase your size, but right now it sounds like you're not trading too well. So whenever you're not trading too well, as the risk manager, you need to size down, right? And the only reason why people have issues with sizing down is because they're focused on the money. That's the only reason why. If you couldn't withdraw any money from these markets ever in your life and you're just doing it for fun, you would just do it for fun, right? But because we have this ability to withdraw these profits and put it into our bank accounts, for some reason we just don't size down, right? Because we're focused on the money. So process over profits. Focus on your process. 1 micro, and I promise you can recover this account. 1 micro. Okay? And in fact, don't even trade today. Go over your charts this weekend, go over your strategy, get sample sizes, figure out your A+ setups. You go into next week with 1 micro, A+ setups only, and go ahead and trade. And that's going to segue us into our psychology talk today, which was going to be about resets. But let me answer this last question from Giorgio, and then we'll go into psychology. What's up, Giorgio? Giorgio trades futures, gotten payouts, want to go for first 5-figure payout. Nice, okay, awesome. Need advice on how to get a 5-figure payout. The way you get a 5-figure payout is the same way you get a 4-figure payout and a 3-figure payout, right? Nothing changes, right? Nothing ever changes. So we have to ask ourselves, if we're not consistently seeing results, what are we changing? Because when we change variables, that's the problem. I gave you guys an example earlier. You guys get $100 away from passing, $200 away from passing. Out of nowhere, we think, oh my God, if I do 10 micros on this, I can pass if I just get 5 points, right? We start going all the way against our rules. You start changing your risk management, everything just to pass, right? Nothing should ever change. What you do to pass an account is what you do to make money from an account, right? Your account management is the same. Consistency is doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over. So trade your setup, manage your risk, right? Manage yourself. And we always forget to manage ourselves. We need to manage ourselves. If you feel like you're going on tilt, hit the lockout button. Hit the lockout button and think about it after. Anytime you have that feeling, anytime you have a feeling that you're entering a trade off of emotional and not because it checks off your checklist, hit the lockout button. Manual lockout, done. That's one cool thing about Tradify, guys. If you guys trade on Tradify and you use Tradivate, there's a manual lockout, guys. And you can customize it. You can even do it as 15-minute lockout, 1 hour lockout, 2 hour lockout. You can lock in your money for the day. You can customize it. So lockout button is very important. I'm glad we have that now because it's good and bad, right? It's good because it's good practice, but it's bad because some people are going to just rely on it, and we really should be working on our mindset. You should be able to mentally walk away. Okay? So use that as a training tool. Yeah, nothing changes. All right. Let's segue into our psychology talk today. While we're waiting on these markets, we are just continuously pushing down here, and I really don't want to enter this falling knife, to be honest with you. I was very excited to trade today. Very excited. So if we come over the Discord real quick, I'm going to go back to posting trading bites. I used to post these trading bites for you guys last year. So maybe like every other day, If you guys check out the Discord, there will be a trading bite. What it is psychology and trading advice from myself. Okay, I've been trading. It's my 13th year trading. I have a lot of experience. I've been through the ups and downs. I still go through ups and downs. I'm not a perfect trader whatsoever. I still miss trades. I still take bad setups sometimes. It happens. So today's trading bite is, it's okay to reset. And if you want to read along, you guys can go ahead and join the Discord. I'm going to read it to you. It's okay to reset. When drawdown starts controlling your decisions as a trader, we've all been there. The closer we get to our drawdown limit, the more we start thinking about how much money is left instead of our process. Right? So guys, just reset the account, you know, because a lot of times what a lot of traders do is they don't take the stop loss they were actually originally going to take, right? They start going against their strategy. Instead of using their actual stop loss, you do a tight stop loss because you don't want to lose more money. But you have to trade your system. Where does that stop loss go in the system that you've tested and that you've spent time practicing? Rinse and repeat. Right? So just reset the account, guys. So it says this is where problems begin. Traders start focusing on money instead of their process. You stop trading your system. When traders get too close to max drawdown, they often skip valid setups. They force tighter stop losses. They trade with fear instead of trading with confidence. They focus on avoiding losses rather than just executing the same strategy. What's the results? You're no longer trading your system. You're trading with emotions. A fresh reset can be a good thing. And guess what, guys? Today is Friday. So what a day to have, right? You can take this weekend to reset your strategy, reset your account. Don't be ashamed. And take this weekend to go back, right? Go back and review. You must review. Okay, what did I do good this week? What did I do bad this week? What can I improve on this week? Should always be improving yourself. That's what this is, guys. This is a business. If you have an actual physical business, whether it be a restaurant or whatever it is, you always do review. Your business would fail. Again, trading as a day trader, this is your business. Again, if you're not making money, then it's your startup business, but you guys are all business owners, okay? You guys are all business owners, and you need to start acting like business owners. See, that's the problem. You're probably not acting like a business owner. You're acting like, oh my God, I'm just some trader. No, you're a business owner. Be a business owner. Manage yourself. Manage your performance. Look things over. What do you need to improve? What do you need more of? What do you need less of? If you guys have a restaurant, at the end of the week, or even at the end of the day, so what are you doing? You're reviewing everything. How much money was made? How much money was lost? What went right? What went wrong? What supplies do we need more of? What supplies do we need less of? What do we need to spend more money on? What do we need to improve in our restaurant? Right? Same thing in trading. Okay? So just remember, a fresh start allows you to trade without that pressure. Okay? It allows you to use the proper stop loss instead of using smaller ones. And it allows you to just simply focus on executing your plan and return to that focused mindset. All right? Remember, guys, process over profits. Again, if you want to catch this article, I'm going to type up these articles for you guys like every other day in the Discord. You can always go back and read them. All right, that's our psychology today. Wow, so if you are special, they help you out. Yeah, so that's our psychology today, okay? Sounds good, sounds good. Don't be afraid to reset. And sometimes a fresh reset is all we need, too. Sometimes that's all we need, you know? Please, any advice for previous message? Oh, let me see. What's previous message? Any advice on Lucid Pro 150K account? Profit is 9K. Max loss is 4.5K. Daily drawdown 2.7K. Max size 10 minis or 100 micros. Oh wow, that's a lot of max size. What sizes should I trade and how to protect my account? Risk management. Yeah, so trading of 150K, you have a little bit more wiggle room, right? You have a little bit more leverage. So before we go to trading sizes, because again, if we're focused on what sizes to trade, we're focused on the money. I don't want you focused on money. Focus on your process. Maybe even just take 10% of the max loss and then minus off some money from that, and then that's how much you should be risking. So you said the max loss is 4,500. We take 10%, that'll be 450. But we want to knock some money off. So let's knock off $50. Let's say $400. If I were you, I would not risk more than 400 per trade. If I were you, I wouldn't. I would keep that as my max risk. I would try to risk less than that, but I would keep that my max risk. Now, if you're up on the day, of course you can risk more money, right? And I go over that. Last week I did a video with you guys about my risk management strategy and how I get to risking 500, 1,000 per trade, all that good stuff. So let's say you win $400 on the day. You get a 1-to-1 setup. You're up 400. Again, this is for those of you who are trading consistently, not those of you who are bouncing around from strategy to strategy and you have no type of consistency. This message is for those of you who are trading the same system over and over again. You're up $400. Now you see your A+ setup. In that moment in time, if I see an A+ setup, I may risk 800 on the next trade. Why? Because if I lose the $800, I'm going to be minus 400 on a day, and I'm okay with that. I accept that. But if I'm risking 800 and I get a 1-to-1, then I make 800 bucks. Now I'm up 1,200 on the day. Or if I get a 2x, I make $1,600, and now I'm up 2K on the day, right? But it's because I used my profits from my first trade as leverage for my second trade. You see what I mean? So a lot of times that's how I'll do it. Again, but that's because I'm trading the same system over and over and over again. It's not because I'm trading random setups and trying to make money. It has nothing to do with money. It's I see my system, I'm gonna enter. My system, I'm gonna enter. So yeah, you can do it like that, or let's say you're up 400, and again you're risking 400, right? Maybe you don't want to risk all your profit on the day. You just want to risk 200 of how much you're up. So instead of risking 400 on your next trade, maybe you risk 600 on your next trade. You don't have to risk 800. That way you're like, okay, if I lose, I'm only going to be down $200. That's not bad. You see what I'm saying? But by doing this, you can really scale up, right? And let's just take that example again. You did a 1-to-1, you made 400 bucks. You saw your A+ setup, you risked $800, you got a 2x, you made 1,600. So now you're up 2K on the day. Of course, you can walk away. Let's just say you see, I don't know, let's just say you've been trading well, you see another A+ setup, and you have a bigger goal for yourself because you've been trading well, hypothetically. This is where trading gets interesting. If you've been doing really, really well, a trader may risk that whole 2K on the next setup, right? And try to go for a 4K, 6K trade. Or you can risk half of that, right? You can say, okay, I'm going to risk half of this. I'm going to risk 1K on my next trade. That way, if I lose, I'm going to walk away with 1K day. If I win, I may make another 1,000 or 2. Make sense, guys? Make sense? Make sense? By the way, if you are new, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications. And of course, you guys been enjoying the stream and my 13 years of knowledge, go ahead and click that like button for me. I know I was just speed talking there, but did you guys get that? Let me get a 2K in the chat if you guys got that. 2K. Let me get some 2s in the chat if you guys got that. Did I say it too fast? Sometimes I say it too fast. Sometimes we just going with the numbers, but yeah, the trick is to not use the drawdown you're given, but use your own drawdown. Create your own drawdown. Say, okay, let me risk real small for my first trade, get some leverage, and then use that leverage to risk higher on my next trade when I see my A+ setup. All right, and then you keep going and you keep going. That's how you get those bigger days. That's how you get those bigger days without over leveraging. Now, obviously, if you want to just over leverage, then obviously you guys all know how to do that. We all know how to do that. 3K, I like that. 3K. What's up, Donovan? I see you in the chat. Let's say your first trade is an L. Would you still consider trading? Would you stop for a day? If my first trade's an L, then that's how we manage risk, right? So let's say you risk 400 on your first trade, now you're minus 400. I'm say, okay, cool. I'm not gonna risk more on the next trade to try to make it back. I'm gonna stick to my system. Thank you for subscribing. I'm gonna risk 400 on my next trade, most likely, if I see my A+ setup. And you know, if I win, I win. If I don't win, and let's say I lose, now I'm down 800, I'll probably call it a day, because with my system, if I lose 2 times in a row, then either A, I took a really bad setup twice, or B, maybe I'm not seeing it well today. You know, maybe today I'm just not seeing it well, or maybe the price action today is really choppy and it's just not going with my strategy. I may take a third trade, I may not. It just depends. But if I get 2 losses in a row, I definitely will take a 15-20 minute break. No matter what happens in the market, I'm not going to pay attention to it. And I'm going to zoom out and I will review everything that I saw, and I'll do a whole assessment. I'll sit there and do a whole assessment. See, a lot of people don't do assessment till the day is over. Now it's too late. Do an assessment during the day. Do an assessment. Log in on your journal, right? Tradify is a really nice journal, just like Top Step does. They both have nice journals. Free journals. Log it in and say, hey, the first 30 minutes of New York session, da-da-da. These 2 trades, down 800. Review those 2 trades. Okay, I can see why I lost the first trade. That was a bad setup. Second trade, it was my strategy. It just so happened that I lost, right? Really reflect. A lot of people don't take a second to reflect because they're so focused on, oh my God, I'm going to miss a trade. You're not going to miss anything. What's meant for you is going to happen. You need to upgrade your mindset. When you upgrade your mindset, you're not worried about missing a thing. There's nothing for you to miss. See, when you develop a wealth mindset, that's when you start attracting opportunity and money, and you really start thinking like a wealthy person. There's nothing for you to miss. Simply not. Take that time, reflect, refocus. If you feel good about that review and you kind of see, okay, I can see what I did wrong, go ahead and take that third trade. But if you feel bad about that review and you're like, yeah, maybe the market's just not moving well for me, then, you know, you can call it a day. So, you know, you are the risk manager. You are the business owner. You have to make these decisions, guys. You're in charge, right? You're the boss. Literally, you are the boss. And as the boss, you have to be able to make decisions, guys. Okay? Does a new week opening gap get filled fully, or can it just fill 50%? So gaps should be filled fully. I will tell you this year though, this year particularly, I've seen gaps take a while to get filled. They've been doing a lot of fake outs, like getting to the top of gaps and then bouncing and it doesn't even fill it. And you're like, wait a minute. Typically gaps are filled within the next 2 days on the daily, but I have been seeing gaps take over a week this year to get filled. So we're talking about a weekly gap. Who knows? So yeah, you know, years ago, I used to look for those gaps to get filled within the next day or two, and they would always get filled. They're so easy to trade. But nowadays, you know, the algos always change and update. They're not really getting filled the next day, right? But yeah, we don't know. We don't know. The algos update. They update all the time. Can't make it that easy for you. Which is why we have to stay on our toes, right? And when I tell you guys stay up to date with the current price action, which is what we do in the Sunday's Trading Lab, we are staying up to date with the current price action. You know, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Because things do change, volume changes. Sometimes there's more fake outs, sometimes there's less fake outs. This market has way more fake outs than what it did 5 years ago. A lot more smoother 5 years ago. If you guys were with me 4 years ago on stream, you know how long we were holding these trades. We were holding some big trades. This year, I'm holding some decent trades, but not as long as I usually hold them, you know. I have a little trouble holding them for a little longer. But I mean, we have a lot more volume now. Things change. We have a lot more volume, and we have news headlines that are not scheduled that are really driving this market, right? With possible war news and all this other stuff going on. Some news headlines, man, you know, it can really mess you up in a trade. Then you look at RTH gaps. I don't know what RTH gaps are. Guys, you guys got to tell me what these acronyms are. I taught myself how to trade. Okay, a lot of you guys learned from other people and you guys are using those people's acronyms. So I don't know those acronyms, guys. And again, going back to social media, you guys have to realize, regular trading hours. Mine's on electronic trading hours, ETH. ETH. You guys have to remember that trading on social media is not the same as trading in real life. In real life, people who are trading your 401ks, people who are trading at the stock market, people who are trading in the pits professionally and yelling out numbers and bids, they do not know. Actually, I do know two of them. Two people who know who I am, but for the most part, they don't know who people are on social media trading. They don't know, okay? Nor do they know their strategies, okay? They are trading institutionally, but they're trading old school concepts that have been around for hundreds of years. Go pick up a book from the 1900s, the 1800s, for trading old trading books, right? Old institutional stuff, you know, so, and you know, they passed that system down. A lot of firms, when I say firms, I'm not talking about prop firms that you guys know about, but I'm going to talk about propriety firms, which have been around for years before prop firms existed. By the way, that's probably where prop firms got their name from. They took it from propriety firms, right? But propriety firms, if you live in a major city, there's probably one near you if you look it up. But that's how they work. If you want to be a full-time trader and work for them, you typically have to trade their system. Yeah, you typically have to trade their system because you're trading their capital. And you do have to keep up a certain win percentage and all that good stuff. And as you make more money, they'll give you like 50% cut, 60% cut. They slowly increase your cut of what your profits are. So again, that's where prop firms kind of got their model from, if you guys didn't know. But propriety firms have been around forever. And the point of what I'm saying is people at these propriety firms, guys, they don't know these people on social media. They don't know. You know, so just remember that social media is one thing, but it's not the end all be all of trading. Yes, there's people who blow up and become popular, of course, but it's not the sole focus of this is what trading is. Trading isn't one person on social media who's popular or 2-3 people on social media who's popular. Trading is so much bigger than that. And yeah, there's just so many strategies and so many different ways to trade, and you know, we can all make money together just like we can all lose money together, right? So just remember that, guys. Just remember that. I know a lot of people on social media think that it's only what they see. It's completely false. But yeah. Let's see here. We are ranging a little bit. Oh, no trades today so far. I just haven't been liking this. I mean, it's Friday. We're just pouring off a cliff here. We're just dumping and dumping and dumping. Dumping and dumping. Okay, guys, I'm going to take away that mentorship form now. Once we're done with that segment, you'll have to wait till the next stream. Take it away. It's kind of waiting here. The market's a little slow. A little bit. Let me know in the chat. Did anybody get into sells today on Nasdaq? Let me know in the chat. Did you hop into these sells? Let me know in the chat. I chose to stay out. But mostly because I was I guess expecting a bigger pullback. I guess we did have a pullback here, but I guess I wanted to see a little bit more. Okay. It's a-okay. 40 points kind of felt like a tight risk for it just felt like a tight risk. And the day I don't get in is when Nasdaq doesn't want to have big pullbacks, right? You did. I did. My TP was weekly opening gap. Nice. Nice. Well, like I said, guys, I'm thinking if we do continue down, next level I got here is 565, but surprise, I didn't like anything today. It's gonna be the first stream in a long time where I didn't take a trade, huh? That happens. Sometimes the best trade is no trade, huh? I mean, technically I did trade today if you count the daily candle. I traded Asian session. So I am ending today in the green if I don't take a trade today, technically, but I mean, that was last night though. Wanted to get something today, but I'm not gonna force it. We can't force it. Yep, can't force a trade. I'm a picky trader. If I don't like it, I don't like it, you know? Remember, chat, you don't need to force anything. If you're forcing something, it's only because you can make money from trading. Because believe me, if you could not withdraw any type of funds from trading at all, most people wouldn't be doing it. Then at that, they definitely wouldn't be forcing themselves to enter. You know? So, trade because it aligns with your system. Not because, oh, I think it's gonna do this, you know. The worst thing that can happen is you get rewarded from bad trades, and then that's what happens. People do that for years, and they're like, oh, well, it worked. I got a payout before, and I passed before. Yeah, well, that's the problem when you get rewarded for bad trading. You stick with it for years, and you struggle for years, and until you finally realize that you weren't trading well, you were getting pretty lucky. You know? Speaking of taking a look at this looks like we may get looks like it's trying to continue down, but it's changing a bit. Does look like a small retest. How many points away is this? Yeah, 70 points. Not liking the chat. I don't like these falling knife days. Unless I'm in them early. Then I like them. Yeah, I like them when I'm in them early. I don't like them when I'm not in them. You're streaming every day? No, not anymore. I did first years of me streaming on YouTube. This year is the first year I'm not going to stream every day. It's just Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then those of you who have the Trading Lab membership, I'll see you guys on Sundays. Every Sunday I'll see you guys. Next trade's coming, is always better setup. Yep, always a better setup. Always better. Don't get me as hesitation. Yeah, I was watching, I checked out Top Step yesterday, and two things from Top Step yesterday. One of the people one of the girls, she was thinking about it. She hesitated for so long, and then she finally entered. And as soon as she entered, boom, it goes the opposite way. And you know, that happens. Sometimes we hesitate, and you know, a pair like Nasdaq moves pretty quick. So with all that hesitation, it's moving away, further away from that entry point, right? And then another thing I'm going to tell you guys about Top Step is, I can't think of his name. It was right on the tip of my tongue, but I think he's one of the trading coaches. If not, but he's always up there hosting. But he passed a challenge account like a day or two ago on the stream, I think during an Asian session. And then yesterday, because he risked really big, he quickly hit that daily drawdown. So yesterday he got back into that funded account after passing first day in, and he blew it. And then last night he was on the Asian session with Dakota, and he was saying how he's just gonna start a fresh one. But that happens, right? That happens. Sometimes we pass quickly, and you know, when you're using a high leverage, you know, Nasdaq moves, so you know, it can easily go against you, and then you're easily down. You know, it's moving pretty quickly. But the reason why I share that with you guys is because he withdrew over 200K last year from Top Step, and this year he decided to have them empty his live account and pay him the full amount of his live account because he seen he wasn't trading well. And I think that's phenomenal management as a business owner, right? He's like, okay, I had a great performance last year. This year I haven't been seeing it well. I'm just not doing too well. Let me request to get my live account paid out, and let me start over with some combines, some challenges, and work my way back up. That's a great business choice, and that's how you do it. That is exactly how you do it, guys. So I really encourage you guys to really think about these things over the weekend. Think about how you need to think like a business owner. You need to review your performance, assess your performance, and make decisions off of that. You can easily make $500,000 from these markets and then struggle the next 3 months. Like, it's normal. That's what trading is. If you're looking for something that's more systematic and doesn't have changes like that, then trading's not for you. And business is not for you, because that's how business goes. The similarity in business is when sales are booming, and then look what happened when COVID hit. A lot of businesses took a hit. Look what's happening right now with the economy. A lot of businesses are shutting down and taking hits because people can't afford to go out and eat extra and do extra things nowadays. You know, people could barely afford groceries nowadays and gas. You know, businesses are taking a hit. They don't have extra funds to go out and do that. You know, so, you know, you're going to have times where sales are booming. Then you're gonna have those slow months. Every business has those slow months or slow weeks even, and that doesn't stop in trading. Okay, you're gonna have those slow months, slow days, slow weeks, and that's gonna make or break you as a trader. It's gonna make or break you. You know, I've shown that to you guys here. You guys have seen me struggle. You guys seen me have that 11-month green streak, and then 3 months of just straight, just trash drawdown. You know, it happens. And if you're making fun of somebody for that or clowning somebody for that, then you don't actually want to do this. You actually don't have what it takes to be a business owner, because that's just the beginning. You know, a lot of you guys want to change your lifestyle and do bigger and better things, and to do that you need to upgrade your mindset. All right, we are about 27 points away from this level. Oh my goodness. Peace. Just coming on down here. No crazy pullbacks today. They've been pretty small. Yeah, because I passed 2 combines in 2 days and burnt both funded. Now I'm trying to slowly pass the new combine. Do right. Yeah, you know. There you go. Yeah, and you know, we have to ask ourselves sometimes, did we pass quickly because we were over leveraging, or did we pass quickly because of skill? know, and that's where you want to just assess yourself, you know. You may think it's tough now as you're struggling to become consistent, but wait till you are consistent and you have a great system. That's a whole different mental battle, because you're going to struggle with being right all the time, right? You're going to struggle with a little bit of ego of how much money you've made from these markets. That's a different type of struggle people don't talk about. You know, it's one thing to not have your discipline all the way and struggle with trading consistently, but it's another thing when you have traded consistently and you have a proven system, and then you're kind of battling your ego, you know, you're battling yourself. You start to convince yourself that you're right, you know, which is why we want to work on our mindset all the time, guys. All times we work to improve, right? At all times. Speaking of improving, that's why I posted this yesterday. If you guys didn't see, if you guys looked at my Instagram yesterday, you guys know I was in my pool yesterday. And I posted this picture of this book because, you know, I'm always reading and improving. And I really want to encourage you guys to always make sure you're reading and improving, you know? Always, always. By the way, guys, we are 5 likes away from hitting 120 likes. Can we hit 120 likes on the stream today? Can we hit it? Can we hit it? 5 likes away. See if we can do that. And I finished that book too. I finally finished that book. I've been reading that book for about 3 weeks now. So I'm excited that I finished that, because I had already bought another book about 2 months ago. I'm excited to start that new book. But you know, I'm always trying to improve myself best way I can. Alright, looks like we are just falling off a cliff here. I don't really see myself getting into anything, guys, so I may cut it here. Maybe we'll start reacting to that video. I think it's about that time to get into that video reaction. It's about that time. I think we did everything though. We did mentoring, we did psychology. I gave you guys a sneak preview of the trading lab. Yeah, I think we pretty much did everything. And if you guys missed psychology today, we talked about how it's okay to reset. Okay. A-okay. Okay. Let's pull up this video. It's time for reactions. I have not seen this. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put it in my other browser. Why did it open in this browser? It opened in the wrong browser. Today was just a sales day.
No freezer.
Okay, there's an ad. Hold on. Let's get through this ad. So again, it's a multi-millionaire trader called Jade Cap. I've only seen stuff about him on Twitter. I don't know anything about him besides that I know he's made over $1 million. It says 5 million on the thing here in payouts. So let's see what we can learn from him. I always love listening to other traders and seeing what we can learn. He's going to be questioned by 15 other traders. Let's go ahead and check this out, everybody.
I was a 35% win rate and made $3 million. I was wrong on 6 out of 10 trades.
And on the days you're wrong, you walk away.
I walk away. I have no problem walking away, but that took a very long time because...
Do you want to see what happens when you take 15 unprofitable traders and sit them with the world's best prop firm trader?
My question is just, how do you deal with not carrying a loss from one day and...
Where do you get the checklist? So, like it says, if you join Sunday's Trading Lab, you gotta be a member of Sunday's Trading Lab, and that is where we have class. We have class in the Trading Lab. Trading Lab is on YouTube.
allowing it to cascade into a week.
See it up
You have to
there?
find ways to like actually
If you
really
click
disconnect
on
from markets,
the
and you don't
live
want to
stream
become an
tab on the
addict
channel, you should
to the
see
markets.
Sunday's trading
Just to
right there.
completely get rid of it.
Yeah, completely get rid of it. Like something that where you don't have to think about markets.
When you traded for 10 years, you said before it became profitable, did you have like some kind of timeline?
Too many people have an unrealistic timeline of how long this is going to take. 2, 3, 4 years. For me, it took almost 10 years. You know, that's a long, long time. But
Look no further as we have the world record holder of the largest payout in prop firm history with $2.5 million and close to
You
$5
guys want
million
the
in
subtitles
total
on or
payout.
off? Let me know in the chat. Is it in you
it
guys'
doesn't matter
way?
how good your system is. As soon as you place that trade, you don't know what's going to happen next. So
think
the
it's
biggest
way
thing is
off.
you have to just disconnect yourself from that. If you're an overtrader, don't overtrade tomorrow. It's as simple as that. It's simple yet complex. Because
JCap sits down with 15 unprofitable traders, identifying their pain points, revealing their mistakes, and gives them actionable advice in order to see payouts and
Damn, this is a long ass intro. What the hell? Can we start? What the hell? Okay, here we go.
sound was inconsistent risk management and breaking rules.
Okay, topic 1: inconsistent risk management and breaking rules. Okay, here we go.
What's going on, man?
R3, not R2. I've been trading seriously for probably a year. I've been exposed to the market some years before that. I feel like, honestly, my biggest issue is I'm obviously not a profitable trader as of yet. So every day that I'm wrong, it's almost like a paper cut. It's a small paper cut. And where I tend to break my rules is I want to be right and successful at it, that I try and chase having a green day, and I just blow out my entire plan. So I'm curious, what level of advice do you have or habits that maybe I could instill in order to keep me more disciplined on
Well,
that?
what do your winning days look like? Let's put it that. Let me ask you first.
Yeah, so I mean, my winning days are days that I follow my process and I follow my plan. Currently, I have a high percentage as far as a win rate, but my average loser is bigger than my average winner.
Right, but does your winning day feel effortless?
Yes.
And then your losing day feels like you're battling World War III, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And even on days that are
That's a good
losing
way to say it.
days, if it's effortless, I still feel good
Chat, do you guys is losing days feel like you're battling World War III?
Mhm.
about those days.
So the way that I was able to do this and fix this issue was really just look at my processes and each step-by-step part of my routine in the day. So if you follow your routine and your processes, even if it's a small loss, you should feel good about that,
Yeah.
right? It's about like rewiring your brain to feel good about following your rules,
What
even
do you
if
just say? We wiring your brain. We talk about this, don't we, chat? We always talk
the
about this.
P&L
Your
is red.
mindset.
Yeah.
right? So when I looked at my journal,
Yeah.
some of the days where I had a green P&L, I traded terribly, right? So you have to look at deeper inside of that, not just the P&L. You have to look at what am I actually doing day to day that is going to be make me a successful trader, and that's follow my rules, right? So if I follow my rules and it still ends up being a red day, I can still put a grade as an A, right? Did I do everything properly? Did I wake up on the right time? Was I prepped for the market properly? Did I meditate before the session, right? Did I eat properly? Did I get my workout in after? All those things.
I love what he's saying here. And this is what I tell you guys to do, right? Evaluate your days. He said, even if I have a green day, still evaluate it, right? I evaluate every trading day I have, chat. Green or red. And like he said, he's able to face himself in the mirror and say, okay, this was a green day, but you traded so bad. Like you got lucky today. Right? You have to be honest with yourself. That's amazing advice. Clearly an experienced trader saying that. So that's great advice. And I like that people are taking notes in the background. That's cool.
Should be a check mark on like if you followed your daily routine or not, and not so much the P&L.
Gotcha.
And you have to be able to step away from the market, right? If you followed everything that you were supposed to do and had a loss on the day, it's just another day, right? You have to be able to survive for the following day. And how many times have you sat down in front of the markets where you took a small loss on the day and it ends up being a massive loss and you blow out your account? And if you just waited one more day, 24 hours, the setup that you were looking for appeared, right? But you didn't have the capital to trade it.
Yeah.
It's a frequency thing. I think you have to be able to just anticipate that the market's going to be there forever, right? What is the rush that you need to do it today, right? You need to be able to take a break and
That's another gem, chat. The market's going to be there forever. He's got some gems. I like this. I'm really enjoying this so far. The market's going to be there forever. What's the rush? Write that one down, guys. That's a really good one. Seriously, that's a good one. I like that. I really like that one. That's something you can just write down and just read it every day. Just read it like, okay, the market's going to be there forever.
Set. I think a lot of traders that are trying to find that profitability, they don't give themselves enough of a reset period.
Yeah.
So even if it's 24 hours, for me, sometimes my reset periods last months because I go through periods of hyper focus and then periods where I just don't want to look at markets anymore.
Yeah.
And nobody is really guiding you and telling you when to take a break. You kind of have
Yeah.
to do it on your own. So whenever you're feeling like
I like that. So I'm gonna keep pausing it to highlight things for you guys. And obviously because I'm reacting, but yeah, the taking breaks, right? And maybe about 3 years ago on stream, when I wasn't doing well for the month, I still came up here live with you guys, and I was trading Monday through Friday with you guys. And I said to you guys, I'm gonna paper trade. We're not taking no trades. And you guys saw that whole month there was no entries, but I was still here with you guys, chatting with you guys. We still had a community, and I said we're just gonna watch the market for a whole month. Right? I took a whole month break. There's been plenty of times you guys have seen me. If you guys been here a long time, you've seen me take breaks, right? Sometimes you have to break and reset and really like deep dive, you know? You have to.
you're burnt out and you don't want to look at markets or you feel like you're fighting the markets, is a good time to step back and try and find something that is productive towards your, profitability and success. Maybe it's working out, maybe it's spending time with family members. You have to be able to make time for that. Because I think the hard part is a lot of traders, they spend so much time in front of the markets that they neglect other areas of their life.
Yeah.
Right. So stick with a routine, a daily routine and a process, and stop looking so much at the red and green. Right. You can have a very red day, but you still followed everything that you're supposed to do. Maybe you didn't follow the risk management. And it's hard to follow every little aspect of what you should be doing every day. But the biggest thing is that you stay consistent towards it. That way, your growth equity curve is not like fluctuating up and down like crazy, right?
Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was great.
Hi, I'm Gene.
Kyle.
Nice to meet you. So I definitely have that problem. So when I win, I trade ICT, and so when I win, especially 2-3 days in a row, I feel very confident, and then my losing trade would be massive. Like I would lose pretty much everything I made plus some. What is the best way for me to deal with that, I guess? Because the strategy I use is the same, pretty much the same, but when I go on tilt, I mean, I look for something else. I try to make it better. And when I lose, then I'll go even more because now I feel like now I need to get my money back too. And then that goes out of control.
Yeah. So like, why do you feel
So that's just tilt, guys. We all know what tilt is. That's just very common as a trader. We all experience it. We all go through it. And tilt, you just have to practice walking away and practice distracting yourself. Practice calling it a day. The more you practice calling it a day and sticking to your daily loss limit, because a lot of people have one now, but they don't stick to it. They keep changing it. Like, okay, if I lose 600, I'm gonna walk away. They lose 700, and they're like, okay, well, I'm only 100 away, so maybe I'll take one more trade. Then they lose 1,000, and they're like, stick to that. Stick to the discipline, right?
feel the need to oversize when you're on a winning streak and maybe even oversize on a losing streak? Do you just get really overconfident?
On the losing streak, because I want to get my money back. I want to get back where I started. On the winning
Exactly.
streak, no,
And a lot of traders do that, right? They oversize on a losing streak because I'm trying to get the money back. What are you focused on? Money. You're focused on money, 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 money. When they're playing in the WNBA or regular NBA, are they focused on that $30 million contract? No. When the game is going, they're focused on the game. Focus on the process, guys. When you're focusing on, I want to get the money back, that's a lack of money mindset. So you're attracting lack of money. We're all magnets. We're all energy. You're literally attracting to lose more money. Think about it.
I'm actually doing pretty well. It's really when I lose.
So are you trading your P&L or are you trading the system?
Well, I should trade the system, but I probably do the P&L.
Yeah. So I would say the biggest issue with obviously oversizing is you just get overly confident.
You got 2 watches on?
And you're not really paying attention to your strike rate. So do you have enough data as far as your strategy over the course of 3-6 months that you can specifically say, okay, over the course
month
of,
off
let's say,
2 luminous?
30, 40 trades, I know I'm going to lose X amount.
I
Like,
do.
do you have that data?
I do not have that data for the reason is every time I take a trade, it's not a systematic trade. It's more of, well, I think today, even though I follow the system, but there's
You're not
no
following the
specific
system.
rule why I'm
Just
taking
said
that
you're going
trade.
off
I
of
mean,
what
like
you
fair
think.
value gaps, for example. Yes, I do use fair value gaps, but sometimes it's a 15-minute fair value
Okay.
gap. Sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's a minute.
So I think the biggest thing with this, and I struggled with this for a very long time also, is
Well, that's a big one. He's going off of, he just said 15-minute fair value gap, then sometimes it's a 5-minute fair value gap, sometimes it's a 1-minute fair value gap. And I think that you can literally break that system down into 3 different strategies. So he should test out what he's good at. Is he good at spotting 1-minute fair value gaps? Is he good at spotting 5-minute, 15-minute? What are you good at? Because trading is about what you're good at, not about what someone else is good at and copying their strategy. What are you good at? Maybe he's phenomenal at the 5-minute fair value gaps, and maybe that's what he needs to stick to, right? Where's your high win rate at? You know, that's what I would
the consistency of your journal,
say.
right? So your
That's why
journal
there's
is only as good as the
inconsistencies.
data
Keep
that you're
changing the
putting into
variable.
it. And if you're
You're
not
on 1, you're on
following your
5, you're
system, then
15.
the data is basically useless. So in order for you to be able to actually figure out the data set for the strategy that you're trading, you have to stay very consistent with it. Otherwise, the data doesn't make any sense.
Meaning taking the
Listen to
same
your
trade.
trend.
Taking the same trades and avoiding the bad ones, right? Because now all of a sudden you're polluting the data, you're polluting your trading data with trades that you normally wouldn't take. So even if you take a trade that's outside of your system and ends up being a winner, you can't really look at that win rate as being something that you should lean on, right? So a lot of times when you're journaling, you have to remain very consistent with what it is that you're doing. Otherwise, you don't know like the win rate of, let's say, a fair value gap after taking liquidity,
Right.
right? If you're taking a breaker inside of that data set, now all of a sudden it's skewing everything. But the biggest problem really is your overconfidence when you're on a winning streak. Like, how do you tame that? And I think nothing in technical analysis is really going to help you do that other than yourself, right?
Gotcha.
You have to understand that every trade that you take is going to have a probability of it failing.
Right.
And if you don't respect that aspect of risk, then you end up oversizing and you end up over leveraging, because it's like that excitement, right? The excitement of the markets, and you're trading your P&L. You're like, one big trade can get me out of this 2-month drawdown period.
Right.
But that's the wrong way to approach markets, to be honest. And
He's
I know it's
preaching.
very difficult and it takes some time and experience to get used to. And a lot of times you're carrying scar tissue with you with old losses, right? If you've
100%.
been, and then if you're a struggling trader, if you're a losing trader and you have these career losses, and maybe you're in the hole 20K or whatever the case is, you're
Over 100.
thinking over the course of 5 years, let's say, you're thinking about those losses and you're trying to, trade that P&L, and you're trying to catch up quickly. But that's not really the right mindset to be in, because you're making poor decisions because of it. And the only way I was able to fix it was just have consistent sizing for an extended period of time.
afternoon,
If you can't do that
opportunity.
for, let's say, 3 months, then you have a discipline
back.
problem, right? It's not so much a strategy problem. It's not so much a confidence problem or anything like that. It has to do with the discipline to stick with a specific size for an extended
What I
period
always tell you guys, it's a you problem. It's your discipline, right? It's
Period
your
of time.
discipline.
So specific size and specific strategy.
Yeah.
Process over profits. It's the easiest quote, guys. Process over profits. And it's fact, it says it right down below me. Oh, it's going away now. See right down below me, see profits? It'll scroll through on the wheel. I always tell you guys, process over profits.
I know you've probably heard this
Write it
before. And
down. Write it
in
on
your
your
mind,
chart.
you probably have told yourself this many times before. You're like, I fund a prop account, and I say I'm only going to risk $25, $50 per trade. And then all of a sudden you find yourself risking $150, $200, $300 per trade. That's a discipline thing. It doesn't really have anything to do with your strategy, really.
Gotcha.
If you have a strategy that works even just 30% of the time, let's say you have a couple winners, right? And your win rate is 50, 60%, right? The 40% or 30% or 20% of the losers, you know, if you take one massive hit, it's basically just erasing all the work that you put in prior,
Right.
which, you know, I've seen it time and time again. People have great winning streaks, 2-3 weeks of winning, and then they go on tilt and give it all back in a very short period of time. So I think the hardest part of doing that is just disconnecting from the outcome. And you have to know when you're riding high, right? You have to know, pull yourself back from making that bad mistake, because all it takes is really just one click of a button. And now all of a sudden, all that hard work that you put in those 2-3 weeks, you just blow it up. And then it impacts your confidence too. So
Right.
going forward, you're on tilt, right? It just takes one bad mistake to put you on tilt. Now you're stuck in that cycle where, you know, you're going to consistently make mistakes because you're trying to make back what the mistake that
That's real.
you
chat,
made.
That's real.
Right.
You're trying to make that back on the next trade.
Yes.
And then you make another mistake and you're trying to make it back on the next trade.
It never stops.
Yeah, then it's just a vicious cycle that you have to be able to pull yourself out of that drawdown period. And how do you do that? By sizing down when you know you're about to make a mistake. So you have to catch yourself before you do it.
Okay.
And that's just about being present in the moment. Stop thinking about so many outcomes in the future. You have to remain present in the moment and just realize I have to stick to this consistent position size, and I have to follow my rules and my processes and not deviate from that. Because once you start deviating, that's when your P&L, your equity curve starts going wildly up and down.
Got it. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Tyler. Thank you.
Trading education is completely broken. For years, the industry has been purged and poisoned by bad actors, fake results, and strategies hidden behind paywalls. But in every industry, every once in a while, there comes a catalyst, a moment in time for change. Now imagine a world where elite trading education was entirely free. Education with no hidden agenda, verified trading results, and real profitable strategies, all for free. Welcome to Chart Academy. Chart Academy is the world's first all-in-one platform for trading education. Chart Academy is free. No catch, no upsells, no strings attached. World-class trading education, completely free.
Hi, my name's Randy Howell, and welcome to my Chart Academy Masterclass.
This is completely revolutionary. The biggest change in trader education in 20 years.
My name is Carmine Rosado. I'm a
Ryan.
Kyle.
Okay. So this question I feel like is a little bit more unorthodox because it doesn't have to do with the technical aspect of consistency. More so has to do with, like, for example, I came down this entire week. I traded. Every day was a green day except for Friday, and I realized that it had to do because I realized I was placing like an external sense of structure to my room. So I was associating my entire room with discipline. And I guess my question to you is, you travel a lot. I'm assuming that you travel a lot. Do you only trade at home?
I try to be honest, because when I'm outside of my office, I'm not in a good routine. And I think I mentioned this before, like when I'm out of a proper routine, like my trading is all over the place. I'm not eating well, I'm not sleeping well, I'm not working out when I should be. And I think that's the biggest misconception that people have with professional traders, that they're living this crazy, insane lifestyle. But honestly, the best traders I know are probably very introverted and very boring. Like you would hang out with them and they're doing the same thing every single day, right?
Gotcha.
So when I went on a really big run at Apex, I was basically doing the same thing every single day, waking up at the same time, eating almost the same thing every single day, right? Eggs for breakfast, steak for dinner, chicken for lunch. It was, it's not a flashy lifestyle that you're trying to live. When I'm away traveling, I just don't feel like I'm in my zone either. And I need to be very focused. Like, there's so many distractions when you're traveling. You're at the hotel, there's a pool there, there's tons of restaurants outside. Even if you don't notice it, your mind is not as focused as it should be. So when I travel, I tend not to trade. And I've been traveling a lot the past 6 months. My trading performance has been pretty subpar, to be honest. So, it's very hard to have a very consistent routine throughout the whole year because, everybody has things going on. You have to try and find those pockets within a year where you're very dialed, right? Maybe it's 2 to 3 months where I say, I'm not going to go hang out with friends. I'm not going to go out to any dinners or anything. I just want to be locked in for at least 2 to 3 months, when the market is very active. And a lot of times you have to make sacrifices for that, right? I didn't leave the country and travel internationally until I was like 31. You know, a lot of my friends were doing that when they were in their 20s. I just sacrificed that to kind of stay locked in and focused on what I was trying to do with trading. And there's nothing wrong with, you know, taking breaks and going on, you know, family vacations or anything. But when you're locked in, you have to make sure that the environment that you're in, right, your office is probably set up in a way where it makes you very calm and at peace. When you're traveling, you don't have that same environment. So maybe your decision making is taking a hit because of it.
I guess it was just like an internal battle because I felt like giving all that power to something so external is a weakness. Like I should be the anchor. I should be the pillar. So regardless of where I am, even though I completely agree with you, I do agree that if you're in a more conducive environment, that obviously you're gonna perform better. Like the more comfortable you are, like that's literally how our nervous system works.
I think that's the male ego talking though. It's like I can trade in any environment. Like, you know, I'll be scuba diving. I could trade like that. You know, it's not effective, right? I don't think it's very effective. I don't think you could just uproot a trader from what they're used to and put them in a different environment and have them trade. Like we had a competition in Dubai. We're just trading in a different time zone, in a different location entirely, not in my office. I performed terribly. You know, I think it's just, you really do have to look at those external factors, and not a lot of traders really do that. You know, it's like, what is my diet like? Is my workout routine good? You know, am I getting into fights with my significant other? You know, all those small things will have an impact on your P&L, whether you recognize it or not.
Okay.
So you do have to look at everything going on, not only inside of the markets, but outside of the markets as well.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm trying to pay off your loan.
Stop calling me. You sound like a psycho. I swear to God.
I'm calling.
Hey, Jim.
Kyle.
I think one of my biggest issues with risk management is I will go on really consistent win streaks, and then one day, even if I'm not emotionally on tilt, I kind of functionally will be. I'll be so confident in my bias. And I think part of this is getting sucked into the lower time frames, but I'm just like, okay, I'll take another crack at it. And it's just death by 1,000 cuts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this week, 500-point days to the downside. And I'm just like long. So I don't know. I think when I should walk away or flip my bias, but I don't do either.
It's honestly, it's a habit thing. So you have a bad habit of sitting in front of the charts and like fighting the market.
Yes.
And the only way to be able to do that is like pull yourself out of it, because a lot of times traders go on autopilot, and you've probably been there.
Oh yeah.
Where you're probably just sitting in front of the desk. You know you shouldn't be trading. You're hitting that button, and then by the end of the session, you know your P&L's deep red, and you know you should have done better.
Mm-hmm.
So do you meditate at all?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yep.
So in the moment, do you recognize like some of those emotions bubbling up, or your emotions getting out of control?
Sometimes I'm very level, even keel, and I'm just like, another PD array, let's try it again. Sometimes I am like legitimately on tilt.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you just feel very confident on specific days and you just get ran over?
The confidence dwindles with like each loss for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, I mean, it just sounds like you just tilt very hard. And I mean, are you trading from a position where, you know, maybe previous losses are kind of holding you back?
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm doing better now at kind of letting that go, but it's definitely played a factor up until maybe the last few months. I'm way more consistent with my size now. Like I'm just on prop firms trading 1 micro right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm doing. Because I was oversizing in the past, trying to make up for past losses.
I'm back.
So for me, the biggest thing, and
let's take a little pause, and let's come back to the market for a little bit, and let's see what we got. How's everybody doing? Everybody's doing good? Everybody having a happy Friday, a good Friday, all smiles? Doing great, everybody. Everyone has a great weekend. We're still going to be on, though. I'm still on. I'm just going to assess these markets. I'm just getting the music back for you guys. Taking a little break from the video. And, yeah. What we can do. Still downpouring. Looks like we're still downpouring. Yeah. Jeez. Jeez. What a sell-off. I mean, look at this on the hourly. Wow. Let's see some of the 4-hour. We got some more lows coming up. Let me get my box. We have some lows in this area. We really got these lows here too. But ultimately, we have this area. And I'm curious if the market is going to close down here. I mean, at this point, maybe a little too far for it, but I don't know. It's just downpouring like crazy. It's downpouring like crazy. I didn't want to hop into this falling knife just because I wasn't in it earlier. And if you guys see it on the 1 hour, I mean, if you didn't get in at the 9:30 candle, which is this candle, there was a little bit of a retest, but it nonetheless just continuation down, right? So if you check out the other days we had this week, the market sometimes is all over the place, right? So I was looking for a little bit more than this 1 hour candle before heading down and continuing, but geez, you know. So yeah, I decided to stay out. And then even if we look at it in the 15-minute again, this is as much as a pullback as we got, was this area over here. Not too much, you know. Like, oh, okay. What I'm gonna do, guys, I feel like my lines, are my lines too much for you guys? I think I'm gonna make them a little bit lighter so they're not so much in the way. I kind of feel like they're in the way. I'll make them a little more grayer. Maybe that color. Is that good? You guys can still see that, right? Because it's placed over there. I think I'm gonna make them this color. And then save the template and I can just quickly change them. How's that look now? That way, you know, the opening range you can see pretty good. That purple level you can see pretty good. I think that's better, huh? I'll change that and we can just delete these because I'm gonna redo my analysis for next week. We can delete these since today's Friday. But yeah, basically what I was saying was, you know, it's not too often that we get just full out trend days. You know, we're used to Nasdaq up and down, and nope, now it's reversing, now it's going up for the day, you know, stuff like that. So sometimes it could be difficult to get into these falling knives unless you're already in there, you know. Well, people weren't trying to buy this up today. They probably got burnt every time. And look at on the moving average, I mean on the 5-minute, we've never touched it. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Sorry, but okay, doing cool, doing fantastic. I love that. Doing fantastic. Just when I thought I was too far, the market kept going further. Yeah, RIP to the people trying to buy. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people who probably kept trying to buy it up. I mean, especially even right here, right where we take out this low, little tiny liquidity grab on the 5-minute. We close bullish back above this pivot, and then we break this high. I guarantee you a lot of people impulse buys here to try to trap the buyers. And here we go, 119's down from that point. 119 points down. Sorry, guys. Yeah, this is yeah, today was more of a I told you guys in the morning I felt like it was coming down, but that doesn't mean I get in, right? I don't trade what I think, I trade what I see, and I didn't want to hop into a falling knife, you know? We've been witnessing crazy pullbacks in Nasdaq, and I haven't seen little pullbacks like that. 30 points, I haven't seen that in a while, you know? And then we just go nice and smooth. Yeah, that's the Nasdaq we love, but we haven't seen that in a little while, you know? We just haven't. And it's okay, guys. It's okay to not get in. I think a lot of people, the reason why they struggle is because they trade every single day of the whole year. And what moving average do you use? The 20. Hey, you gotta get out of here if you're gonna make noise. Get out. Get out. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Get out. Yo, the face my dog looked back and gave me is hilarious. She left though. It's just her face expression. It's so funny. But yeah, the 20. Markets will be here Monday. Exactly. Yeah, they'll be here Monday. Markets will be here Monday, and we'll be here Monday, right? We're all gonna be here Monday. Let's see. Let's see. 444. We're at 29.44. Where did we start at 9:30? What the heck did I just do? We started. Oh no, that's 55. We started at 30,000. Whoa! I didn't even realize that. Wow. We're down like 600. And that's just New York session. We were higher than that for London. Wow. Still going. Holy. Okay, let's get back to that video. I just wanted to check in, just see if maybe there was like a setup or something. But we are still pouring down, ladies and gentlemen. Get back to that video.
I'm not sure if you've heard me mention this before, but I put poker chips on my desk because it's just a visual cue that tells me how many trades I could take in a specific week.
Okay.
And I noticed, like, when I first started doing it, I wasn't paying attention to it at all. Like, I said I was going to take 3 or 4 trades in a week, and I found myself taking 3 or 4 trades in a day.
Right.
And honestly, doing that helped me pull myself back from going on that autopilot mode where I'm just like at the desk, just clicking buttons, knowing I'm breaking rules, because it's so hard to do when you're in the moment.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, who's it going to hurt if I just take one more shot at this, you know? Like, of course it's going to hurt you.
That's interesting that he said he uses poker chips. That's different. I never heard of that one. Just called it a day, not getting that. Yeah, I know, right? It's like the moment you finally decide to hop in.
You know, and then now you're just
it's
reinforcing
going
bad
up.
habits. And
Continues.
over time, that accumulates. And sometimes it works out. But that's the biggest problem. Is sometimes it works out. You take a trade, right? You take a loss. You go back in the market. It works out. And you're like, great. That was great. I should have done. I'm going to do this every single day. It happened. Subconsciously, that's what your brain is telling you, though.
Right.
It's like when you take a loss, you made it back. But that's not the right action to take, right? Because now you're looking at the P&L and saying, you know, you're being rewarded for bad habits, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, when you have those red days is when you need to be able to have that safety net. The safety net is you, right? If I was sitting next to you, and same thing like me, because I go through those same periods too. If I had an accountability partner next to me telling me, you just had two losses, get off the desk. Nobody's really going to do that for you if you're an independent trader. So you have to do it for yourself. You have to be able to pull yourself back. Maybe you have a simple protocol like if I take a
He's right, yeah. You know, when you're solo trading, There's no one there to tap you on the shoulder to be like, hey, maybe you should stay out. Hey, maybe you should wait. Hey, follow your rules. Hey, there's no one there like reminding you, you know? Um, that's why we have these communities. That's why I decided to live stream, guys, because, coming together as a community, I mean, look at how many people we can help stay patient and help develop good habits. That's the point of coming to live streams, is so that you can develop those good habits. You have a community of people, not just myself, to tap you on the shoulder, like, hey, maybe chill out and take a break. Maybe you need to reset, or
Loss.
stuff
I
like
just have to
that.
get off the desk for half an
Maybe
hour
you need
and
to
go
size
take a walk.
down.
Because at least you clear your head from that, and you don't get impulsive. 'Cause
Right.
me, I'm a very
That's the beauty
impulsive
in the live
person. So as soon as I took a
streams.
loss,
That's
I was
what it's
going
about,
back
helping
right
each
back
other.
in. But that doesn't really make any sense, because the area that you had your stop loss is where your trade should be invalidated, right? So the trade is no longer, it doesn't make any sense, right?
By the
So
way,
why would
6
you
more
re-enter
likes,
it?
we hit
Just from a
130.
logic
We hit
standpoint,
130,
you have to have that
guys.
protocol in place.
I know
Like
we can
if I
do
take
it.
a loss,
We get 6
get
more
off the
people.
desk for 5-10 minutes and just clear my
I
head.
know we can do
And I
it.
think you're probably gonna see a big change in how you're operating around the markets.
Got
At least
200 likes
give yourself
2
some
streams
time to
ago. I know
decompress,
we can do
Right.
it.
right? Because in that autopilot mode, you're not giving yourself any time to reset at all.
No. Thank you.
Yeah.
I like what he said
Morning.
at the
Morning.
end, when you get into autopilot mode, and that's what happens when we go on tilt, right? We get into autopilot mode. You go on tilt, you become real quiet, you lock in, you just trade. There's no room for reset. 'Cause your mind has been taken over, right? Um, that was good what he said.
Hello now.
He's saying a lot of good
Kyle.
stuff.
Yeah, so my question is, you kind of said a few things about like keep consistent P&L for 3 months at least. Oh, I'm sorry, not even P&L.
Consistent sizing. Mhm.
Consistent sizing for 3 months. I think my mistake comes from I build a little buffer and I'm like, I'm going to increase my size. And then with increased size, I get a loss and I'm like, I feel triggered because I'm like, I just lost all this hard work.
Mhm.
And a few ways I tried to resolve it. I was like, I either take 2 trades a day and lock myself out, or don't even take trades. But then comes hesitation. So are you a fan of building leverage and increase in size, or for the beginning, would you say stick to 3 months at least and do consistent sizing?
Yeah, I think it's an advanced technique. At least for me, I'm totally okay with you risking more on specific setups. Like if you have the buffer, don't risk more when you're in a drawdown and you're on a losing streak. When you're up though and you want to risk a little bit more, just realize that you are taking that elevated risk. So when you do take that loss, it's going to feel worse than a normal loss, right? So you need to give yourself some more time to reset, and maybe
We talked about this like an hour and a half ago, right, chat? About creating your own leverage, like when you're up on the day and using that to risk more. Creating your own buffer. Use the profits you made for the day. Okay, if you want to risk more on your A plus sub, go ahead and now you can increase your size. But before you do that, you accept the loss. You accept, okay, if I lose, I'm only going to be up 200 today. Or if I lose, I'm going to be at break even. Or if I lose, I'm going to be minus 200 today. Right? You have to, before you take a trade, almost accept the loss in a way. Right? You're assessing that risk management. You should already know, if I lose this trade, this is where my P&L is going to be. And I'm okay with that. And then you enter. Right? Be okay with it.
size down on the next one. Like maybe if that trade didn't feel good and you took a massive loss, like you're still in profit, right? You risk the
Yeah.
buffer. Just
When it's
come
a good
back and
time to size
reset,
up,
and
you know when it's a good time to size up because you've been trading well and you have that cushion, right? It's kind of like saying, when's the best time to upgrade my restaurant? You just know, right? After your restaurant's been making consistent money consistently and you've been scaling your restaurant well, everything's going well. You didn't just fail in your first couple months, right? But anyway, your restaurant's doing well and consistent, then what happens? You scale up your restaurant, right? So it's the same thing, guys. You guys are business owners. You are business owners. As you do well, as you do consistent, and you've grown, then you start to size up a little bit, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing, right? You don't just have a restaurant and then you go knock on your neighbor. Hey, neighbor, should I size up my restaurant? No, you're the boss. You're the restaurant owner, right? Should I upgrade my seats? You know whether to do that or not. All right. You don't get into that position and just start asking everybody, when do I upgrade my restaurant? When do I upgrade this? When do I upgrade that? That sounds like you weren't ready. Right. And a lot of times in trading, we set ourselves up for failure. Do the hard work, right? Do some sample sizes over the weekend, practice the strategy relentlessly over and over, the same checklist. Come back strong on Monday. That's all you got to do. You got 1 weekend to just lock in and you're good. 1 week, just lock in. Do your research, right? Because your system will show you its win rate, right? You know your system eventually works. Your system's not always going to work. Neither is my system. There's going to be losses. But the point is overall it should work. And just do the same thing over and over again. It's so crazy that the easiest way to get rich is to lock in and do simple things, small, simple things that aren't too exciting at all, and just do the same thing every day. That's all you have to do. Do the same simple stuff every single day. Watch how rich you'll get. But it's too boring for people. It seems too simple for people. It's not enough because they're comparing themselves. You're comparing yourself to everybody else in the world. The only person you need to compare yourself to is who you are today, who you were last week, who you were last month, last year, who you were 5 years ago, right? Compare yourself to yourself, guys. And comparison is a thief of joy.
And
you know,
go back to the same process. Maybe risk less on the next trade.
Focus on.
For me, the trade
upgrading
setups
yourself.
are all the same, regardless
Watch
of
how
what
life
size I'm
changes
trading.
so
So even back
quickly,
then, when I
life
was
will change
risking
for you.
$50, $100,
Truly
it's still the
lock
same
in,
setup that I'm
focus on
taking
yourself.
now. It's just more size and more leverage. But with that, the emotions
Become a
get
boss.
higher, right?
Your
So
goal is to be a boss.
at each
means
stage,
become
you're
a
just
boss
trying to
right now.
build that
And
emotional
invest it.
tolerance to more risk. If you look at somebody
know?
like Umar Ashraf, he had a $1.5 million loss in a month.
Yeah.
He probably built that risk tolerance to a certain point where it's probably not hurting him that bad. But as a beginning trader who maybe isn't risking as much, you kind of have to slowly build up the levels. And what the mistake that I made was I tried to size up too fast. So like I tried to go from $50, $100 risk to maybe $1,000 risk without recognizing that it requires a whole different
Mindset.
emotional tolerance level, right? So you have to slowly scale up to the point where, it's kind of like that push-pull effect where maybe you're not risking enough and it doesn't mean enough to you, where, you're kind of walking that thin line between I'm not risking enough and I'm risking too much, right?
I like what he said about slowly scaling up. Those of you who were with me 4 years ago and were trading on live accounts here, that was the point of us trading on real live accounts, was to show you how to slowly scale up. Because back then, all you saw was flipped account videos, and that's just for engagement. It's not realistic. You guys saw me when we started from 5K, from when we got all the way up to 25,000 in that account, but we started with 5,000. And all the time, because that was when we had 2,000 people in this chat. It was a lot of people. People be like, why are you only risking $100? Why are you only risking this? Why are you only risking that? How come you don't flip it? How come you're not flipping it? It's taking too long to flip. And it's like, this is the problem. You are all focused on how long it takes to become rich, which is why you are not rich. Because of your mind. Not because of mine. It's because of your mindset. They're so focused on the money and sizes and hurry up, flip the account, hurry up. Why are you risking so low? It's not about the money. And the point I'm trying to make is you slowly scale up, like he just said. When we were at 5,000 to 6,000, we're risking like $100 or whatever, $50 to $100. When we were at like 7,000 to 8,000, we're risking like $120, $150, right? You saw us slowly scale up. When the account balance was at 10,000, we're risking like $100 to $150 per trade, right? Mostly 150, sometimes 200, occasionally 200. But the point is we didn't start by risking 200, right? So you have to learn how to slowly scale, because as you slowly scale, if you're learning to trade the right way, you naturally slowly scale because you're not worried about money. It's just like graduation. You go from first grade to second grade to third grade to fifth grade. You slowly scale. The work slowly gets harder, right? You go to ninth grade, you go to 10th grade, you get to 12th grade, you go to college, right? From when you were in kindergarten to when you were a 12th grader, the work became more difficult, right? We slowly raise the difficulty. You slowly scale. Same thing in the market. You slowly scale your sizes as you grow as a trader. It's a natural thing. So to come into this as a beginner and think, oh my God, I'm going to scale so big because I'm trying to get rich. That's why you're not rich, because you don't have a rich mindset. You have a poor mindset. And a poor mindset is somebody who is trying to rush the process because you're focused on lack. And we are what we attract. You're focused on lack. That's why you got lack. Here goes, the universe says, here goes more lack. That's what you're focused on. Here you go. Here's more of it until you learn your lesson. And you'll keep repeating that same cycle until you just focus on the process. Take the money out the picture. Right? Take the money out the
I
picture.
have that push-pull effect
Real
where
athletes,
if you're
professional
comfortable
athletes
risking,
are
you know,
not
X amount
focused
on
on
a
money.
trade, just know if you take a loss, you
They're
have to
focused
kind of
on
like slow down,
doing
size
their
down,
skill set,
because
right?
you're trying to
Their
protect the
skill set. I'm
capital.
preaching today.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with sizing up on a trade
fire
that you
today.
feel very confident about and you have the buffer to do it.
But seriously, guys, athletes, do you know how hard they train? When they're at the professional level, there's still ups and downs. It does not stop. They continue to improve. Yes, it never stops. It never stops, guys. Professional athletes. You should look up a few on YouTube and look at their like morning routine or their schedules. You'd be like, dang, they're training that hard? Why are they training so hard? And they're there. Because that's a wealth mindset. That's why they're there. They have a wealth mindset. Okay. You like that I talk about thinking? Yeah, we're gonna do more. We're gonna call it money magnet sessions, but we're gonna do some money magnet sessions on stream. I'd like to incorporate that because our minds are magnets, and that's what we attract, right? You must match the frequency of it. When you match the frequency of it, it comes to you. Don't worry about how it's gonna come to you. It just happens, guys. It just happens. You just focusing on leveling up yourself and watch how quickly life will change. I promise.
Right? Just know
I
that if you
promise
take the
you.
loss, that
You'll be
you
mind
know,
blown.
it was a shot. You gave a shot. You gave it a shot. Sometimes it pays out.
You can
Sometimes
go
it doesn't.
from nothing
right?
to something in a
I never
month.
size down.
You never size down.
It's always up
People
or
with
nothing.
wealth.
That,
be
and it's hard.
bastards, guys.
It's hard.
Another thing is
Bastard.
for me, I think I train my brain with the paper trading because I take like these 5 contracts and I see these numbers and I was like, I can do it. And it works in the paper trading. But then when I get to market,
Yeah, your heart palpitation.
and I'm like,
yeah.
mess it all up.
Mhm.
It's not the same. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have to train yourself to be able to do it, right? So
Yeah.
for me, sometimes, you know, for me, it's hard to hold positions overnight, especially with size.
Yeah.
But the more and more you do it, and the more and more you trade and just put your phone away, right? Maybe you have a setup and you just take a trade and don't think about it. You're kind of building that emotional tolerance to having unrealized P&L just fluctuate back and forth without you like constantly micromanaging it. I think that's a huge problem is traders, they place a trade and then now all of a sudden they see the bigger numbers fluctuating. So they take smaller paper cuts. Like it's going against you. That doesn't mean your trade is wrong though, right? You can enter a position, it goes against you, but now all of a sudden you're in a drawdown that you're not comfortable with, right? That to me is a sign that you're just not comfortable taking the risk. So for me, I always just assume that when I take a trade, the money's already left my account, right? If I take a loss, it's just a loss. Overall, from a P&L standpoint, right, that sample size of trades that you take, 50 trades, your P&L is going to be all over the place. It's going to be up, it's going to be down. But the point is you're trying to have a slow, gradual P&L curve. You're not trying to have these sharp, jagged.
Blair, you're right. Boxers say it takes years to get a big payday. It does. It does. A lot of them start trading as teenagers, right? Check out boxer schedules, guys. They wake up early in the morning. They do like a 4-mile run. They eat well. They train hard. If you've never done boxing, you will quickly find out how much stamina you have to train yourself to have the box. You may think you can box, but I promise you, we'll put on a 3-minute. I'll be nice. 3-minute timer. Put you in a ring. You ain't gonna last. You're gonna be so winded. Yeah, boxing is discipline at its finest.
Up, down,
sure.
up, down. So like
And
when
they're
you take
focused on the
those
skill,
larger trades,
not the
just
crazy
realize your
paydays.
P&L curve is going to get
Obviously, we want the
steeply
paydays,
pointed
right? Just like
downwards
you said,
for
we
just a
want
little bit.
paydays.
Like how do I recover
Doesn't
from
mean
that?
you don't want it.
Yeah, and
Not why we
sometimes
want
that
it.
happens, and I was like, oh my gosh,
But
I'm
to
not
get there, you
comfortable.
gotta
Then I
focus on the
start
skill.
moving my stop loss do the
Yeah.
number that I'm
So like
comfortable
when
with.
you maybe have this nice smooth
when it
P&L
goes
equity
against
curve,
me.
and then it's a jagged drop, and then when you do that, or you start moving your stop losses
And
because
then
you
it
get
get hit,
confident,
and I
then
was like, oh,
then your
at least I
P&L curve
lost.
looks terrible,
Yeah.
right? So you have
Yeah,
to
you
look
should
at your
never
P&L
move your
curve,
stop
or
loss.
just envision
Who
it.
in here
Like,
has moved
all
their
right, I
stop
did take an
loss
outsized
before?
risk on this one.
We get
How
a
do
one
I
in the chat if you
flatline my
moved your
equity curve?
stop loss.
That to me is a skill set in itself. Is like, how do I stop the bleeding?
Yeah.
A lot of traders, they don't know how to stop the bleeding, right? They go into a
Let me tell you,
drawdown, they
just
go on
kill it
tilt,
all.
and they
I
just,
used to move my
you know,
stop
they're just
loss
like, all right,
when I
I'm
was,
already in a bad enough position. Let me just bet the house on
learning
it, right?
trading.
That's
Oh
that's
my
pretty much
goodness,
the
I
decision
used
that
to
most
move it
people
all
make,
over the place.
but it's not the right one to make.
Oh, no, I'll
It's
put it
just
here.
like you're trying
Okay,
to
I'll move it up
rush
just a little bit
making
more.
a lot of money. But it's very hard to do though, because
Yeah.
the
Oh,
money is
man.
the money's there, right? It's
Yeah.
everybody
You
can
did
see it
today?
moving around. You could see the
I don't wanna talk
opportunities,
about it.
you know, in hindsight, obviously, but it's very hard to pull yourself back from that and protect the downside. You know, if you can protect the downside, there's really only one other direction that your equity curve is going to go.
We will fix that this Sunday.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Traders, let me tell you about the best futures firm in the trading industry with the largest payout cap across any firm. And that is right, it's Alpha Futures. Alpha Futures has been
The real money. You're like, I'm up $6,000 in this trade, and then you're trading again 20 minutes later, right? Because it's pretend money. So how did you make the flip? I know you said poker chips, but it's like, how did you just get that last little bit? Because you've got to do these certain rules to get ahead.
I think it's the external, it's like the pressure that you put on yourself to try and pass the account. I mean, the way that the prop industry is made is to kind of like force you into this idea that I need to get a payout within X amount of time. I need to pass the challenge within X amount of time. You don't need to do anything in any amount of time, you know, unless you're worried about paying that.
No, facts. He's spitting facts right now. He's like, people are like, I need to pass in a certain amount of time. You don't need to do anything. I like what he just said. He's right. You don't need to do anything. You don't even need to trade. You don't need to be here. No. But yeah, he's right. That mindset of I just need to pass. Terrible. That's a broken mindset, guys. That's not a money magnet mindset. It should be I need to focus on the routine that I train for, right? You know what energy money likes? It likes constant routine. Did you notice that he said that he locked in and started doing the same thing? He got up at the same time, ate the same breakfast, got in the charts at the same time every day, went to the gym, did this and that. Did you guys notice that in the beginning of the video? Routine, 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 routine. If you are all over the place, you are not being consistent. Consistency energy starts with you. Not just trading your system consistently, but what are you doing in your life? Right? You got to show some type of consistency. So I really challenge you guys to lock in this weekend and think about what time you want to wake up next week, what time you want to be on the charts. You know, just do the same thing, guys. Systematic, systematic, systematic. I'm telling you, money loves routine. Okay, I'm dropping some gems for you right now. It's very true. And everybody you know or you've heard of with a lot of money, if you watch interviews, they're all, what do they all ask them? What's your morning routine? You know why? Routine, routine, routine. Don't try to invent something new, guys. Do what works. It works. I promise you it works.
Fee, right? The month, whatever
Create a
the
morning
cost is.
routine.
Maybe I don't know if Apex has the
Stick
monthly
to
fee
it.
or not. I
Just
honestly,
stick to yourself
yeah.
and
So like,
create something and be disciplined.
what is the
Stick to
pressure
it.
that you're putting on yourself to hit a payout within a specific window? Because if you recognize that trading is inconsistent, right? You're gonna have up days. You're gonna have down
market's still
months.
selling off.
You're gonna have great
Oh my
months. You're gonna
goodness.
have months that are sideways. But the biggest thing is that you're not putting that pressure on yourself to pass it within a certain amount of time. And it's happened to me before where I got very, very close to passing and I just blew it. Right? What is the emotional trigger that's causing that to happen
Oh, you
though?
did
Like, do I need to
taekwondo?
pay my bills?
Boxing
Do I
is
need to
different,
leave my
yeah.
job? All those things are
That's
going to have
cool that you did taekwondo.
you know, impact on the
Yeah,
decisions that you
boxing
make,
stamina
right?
is
You're
a
trying to
whole
come to the
different
market and
animal.
make logical decisions. Is there anything logical about blowing an account when you're $1,000 away from the
No.
finish line?
No, I've been 84 cents one time, and I was just like,
Yeah.
lost, blown. Oh my
Yeah.
God, like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Like,
And it's because like you're not accepting of the losers. And this, I think, again, is like the male ego thing.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, some people have mentioned it where they
big
think
enough
females
people
are
to
better
rush the
traders than
process.
males because we don't
Exactly.
like losing.
No.
90% of people
We hate
fail every
losing,
single day.
right? We hate being wrong. Like your wife tells you you're wrong, you're like,
And
no. You're like,
statistic-wise, 50% of accounts bought every single day are failed the same day they're bought. Did you guys know that? Actually, I think it's a little more than 50% now, but more than half of prop firm accounts that are bought are failed every single day, the day they're bought.
like but the hardest part is
Interesting
just
take, isn't it?
accepting that you're wrong about the markets and
That says a lot about
protecting
people's mindsets,
yourself
and
for
you see
a
people's
trade the next
mindsets
day. But when you go
by
into that
looking
losing
at the
streak,
comments.
you know,
Just
now
look
all of a sudden your
online.
confidence
Look
is
at
shaking. You're
everybody.
like,
They're
I'm
all
gonna
saying the same
end the
thing.
day in green
They all
no
have the
matter what.
same
Yeah,
type of
yeah.
questions.
Right. And I'm
Their-
gonna
their
pass this challenge no
mindsets
matter
are
what.
all on
Yeah.
the same
But
level.
you know, it's
Think
very
about that.
unproductive and it doesn't build the
Their
right habits.
mindsets are all on the
And
same
you know,
level.
if
You
let's
can
say you
tell what their
pass it that one
mindset
time,
is by their
again, you're
questions.
reinforcing bad habits. You're not trying to do that. You're trying to just come to the markets and just perform the same actions over and over and over again for extended periods of time, which is hard to do over the course of 12 months, right? You can go through 3 months where you're like following every single rule in the rule book. Like you have a strategy, you're coming to the markets, you're executing it like the Terminator. And then you go through periods where you're just not doing anything right.
Yeah.
And you have to recognize when you go through those periods, like you have to be able to just take yourself out of it and just say, this is proper trading. I'm going to step away from the screen
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like recuperate and like actually get your thought process together because you're not trading in the right headspace.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Hey, what's up? What's going on, Kyle?
He's really great at answering.
So for me, I have similar problems to all of them. Everything everyone was saying was actually super helpful, and it kind of gave me insights to what I should be doing. But I feel like I under leverage. The risk when I see P&L, I don't like to see the high numbers, even if it's a win or loss.
So you're very risk averse.
Yeah.
So what can we tell about this guy, guys? Right when he sits down from what he's saying, what can you guys tell? Hi, Big Rich. Hope you're having a great Friday. What can you guys tell about that guy? As soon as he sat down, what he said? Money, 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 money. So focused on the money, right? You guys are catching on, right? You're catching on. And it's good to catch on to these things because that's how we can help upgrade ourselves, right? Like I said, when it comes to people who are behind in certain areas, they all have the same mindset. That's why they're all stuck. Money,
Yeah,
money,
I'm
money.
very patient, risk averse, and what I really want to ask is, sometimes I can tell that I have an A+ setup. Sorry, I have an A+ setup, and should I be risking more, or should I just continue with that same risk and that
Yeah.
25?
I would say the most veteran traders and the most professional traders that you see that are doing really big P&L are hitting the trades that they know make sense pretty big. But you can do that in a way where you're not taking on additional risk. So I scale into my trades. I don't, and there's different ways that you can go about this, but have you ever tried scaling into your trades?
So I tried scaling in, but I seem to
Hi, Chandra.
always catch the trades where it's actually my first TP was the max TP, and I should have gotten out there. I tried to like get in again, and then I lose 2 trades. I stayed in the original one, and then I got in, scaled in, and lost to that one.
Agreed. Blew an account $30 away from passing. I should have walked away. Fight another day. Ah, yeah, that hurts. That hurts so much, huh? I can't imagine. I know that hurts.
Okay. So, I mean, are you taking
That's okay,
a
though.
more than a
You know,
1 hour
we go
loss
through
on
these
those
things to
ones where you
learn,
scale in? Like,
right?
are you adjusting your stop
it
loss?
makes us better.
I don't adjust my stop loss.
Just because you guys fill an account or you have to keep resetting or anything like that, it doesn't mean you guys are failures at all. It just means that you guys still have some lessons to learn. That's all it means. Doesn't mean you're a bad trader either. In fact, just use it as a lesson, right? The only time you fail is if you quit. Like if you fully quit, then you failed. 100% you failed. But if you keep going at it and keep going at it, you have such a relentless mindset, right? That's powerful. Not a lot of people on this planet have that mindset to keep trying and trying. So the fact that you guys keep trying and trying, yes, maybe you still have bad habits, but there's something in you that is just relentless, and you have some type of hunger for success. You to succeed in this, right? That says a lot about you. That's amazing, right? So you have, how do you say it? you do have a quality of a successful person already in you. You have it because you're relentless. That's amazing. However, there's still a few things you got to tweak. You can tweak those things, you're going to be very successful. You're going to be so happy you didn't quit, right? But the fact that you have it, it says a lot about your potential.
Because I feel like then I
Says a lot.
give that first trade the ability, I
You
don't give
have
that
the
ability to
potential.
breathe. So maybe that first trade could have been right
You
without
really
switching
do.
that stop loss, and then
Yeah.
so like
Because
changing the
most
stop loss from the
people
second
are gonna
trade.
try
It's
trading
being
and
able to scale into
they're
the
gonna be
trades
done
that
in a
are
month
moving in
and
your
they're never
favor,
gonna
because there
move
are
back.
trades, you know, they don't come around very often.
They're
Maybe
never
it's a
gonna
couple
look
times
back.
a month, but those are really the trades where the trade is
Especially
not
if they
going to
lose
come back
money,
to your
you know,
break-even point,
buying a
and those are the ones
profitable
you're trying to
account, they're
bank
like, oh,
on.
F
You
this.
don't
I tell
know
people
when you
F,
scale into the
F
trade
this,
if it's
moving
going to
on,
come
I'm
back
gonna
to your
try
break-even
something
point or
else.
not. But the biggest thing is that you are protecting your downside.
You
So
guys
like, let's
stick
say if I put
around, so
one mini on
that says a
on
lot.
NQ and it starts moving my favor, like 2R. Even if I move my stop loss and I put another contract on, if it comes and stops me out, I'm still only losing 1R. But if it goes to my take profit, now I'm making 2 times as much as it would if I didn't scale in. So being able to, you can conservatively add into your positions at the right times, and that's going to be how you like kind of make up that gap. Because if you're a risk averse trader, you're not trying to put on more risk, right, on the outset. You know, the first position that you take, you're not trying to put on more risk. But, you know, another way that you could do it is maybe put in a small position. Like if
Oh,
you're
you
used to
almost
trading, I
chopped
don't
your
know,
foot off
5
in work?
micros,
Oh my goodness.
instead of putting all 5 in at one time,
Glad you're
maybe put in
okay.
one.
That's
And then if
scary.
it starts moving in your favor, then start scaling in.
Yeah.
Right?
I
I
tried that, but then I had the issue where emotionally, once it starts moving in my favor, I'm like, I should have just put the 5 in a better position
Yeah.
at that bottom point. And
But that's
I start
hindsight,
getting-
right?
Yeah,
It's in
yeah,
hindsight.
It's hindsight, but it also gets in my head when I should be getting into that scaling position. I'm like, is it really the right time? Should I really be risking more on technically a worse position?
So see what he's saying? He's questioning himself on when to add to his position. And I always tell you guys, whenever you have a question like that in trading, it literally tells you exactly what you need to go hop on the computer and go back test it, right? It literally tells you exactly what you need to focus on. Okay, I'm struggling with adding to positions. I contemplate, I don't know if I should add here. That's what you should go study. Go study your setups, review them. Where would have been a good time to add? You have to do that with a bunch of samples, and you're going to start to see similarities, and you're going to put those similarities together, and you're going to test it. Test it on different days. When I see this, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I add. I see this, I add, right? Test that system. So when we have questions, we know
When
what we should be
it's
practicing.
my initial edge already presents this.
I mean, over
I
time,
feel like I'm chasing
over
price
time
up.
is a confidence thing too. Like over time, you're going to see enough setups where you're very confident that's going to go to your take profit level. And then there's some setups where you don't feel very confident, and maybe you trim some of your open position, right? The best traders I know, like that's why I think discretionary trading is always going to have a place, is because they know when to hit it hard. They've seen the setups before. They feel the market sentiment change, and they know when they can go in big and really size up and, you know, make their whole year in a couple months. That's basically me. You know, I made my whole year in a couple months. And I think over the course of the last 3 years, I've only been able to take advantage of very small pockets of opportunity within that year. I think Lance Breitstein has talked about this as well. You know, you're trying to take advantage of small pockets throughout the year and just survive the rest of the year. So I'm very comfortable going through very long extended periods of time where maybe I'm just break even. Maybe I'm just, you know, having small wins, and I'm okay with ending the month with a plus 2R.
And you know why? Because he's not focused on the money. When we're not focused on money, it comes. And you shouldn't be in a position where you have to trade, right? If you're in a position where you have to trade, that's where everything is outside the window. You know, if you're a successful business owner, you have to think like one. What does success look like to you guys? Imagine how much you want in your bank account and the house you're living in, the car, your family, helping everybody out, your loved ones. What does that look like? You're not going to be worried about money, right? You have more than enough money to supply yourself, and you're just focused on enjoying life, right? Money comes, it comes, but you don't have to trade today, right? And that's how you should be treating it. You want to live like you're already there. You're already at the finish line. That's how you should be living right now. That's how you manifest something. That's how you pull it in really fast. I promise you, it comes in so much faster when you can just act the way you would act then. Then you're not gonna be focused on trading every day, or you know what I mean. Try those things. What's
You
up,
know, it's just
Don?
those couple months out of the year.
By the way, thank you everybody. I do see we're gonna hit over 2K views on this live stream. That's just a thank you to you guys for liking up the stream and sticking around and watching the stream. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. By the way, we are 4 likes away from hitting 140 likes. Can we hit 140 likes? We got 4 more people. I think we could do that. Thank you guys.
Here
Really
where
appreciate you guys so
I
much.
know the market's very active. I know that either the headlines are pushing that sentiment or the volatility is
When I
picking
say
up.
2K views, I mean
You have to have enough experience to know and have that gut feel of when that market, you know, that volatility kicks up. Maybe you're watching the volume kick up. Maybe you're watching the VIX, right? The volatility index kick up. And that's really when you have to put your foot on the gas and like not be so conservative, right? Because if you don't make enough in that small opportunity of volatility, then you're basically just treading water the rest of the year, right? It's just that one period, maybe it's 1 or 2 months where the market is doing 500 points in a 5-minute candle. If you don't take advantage of that volatility in that specific point in time, then the rest of the year is basically just chopping sideways, and you're not, you know, you're basically a break-even trader at that point.
Yeah, that's literally exactly what happened. So I actually, that was perfect. I think that was really helpful, and I appreciate it.
So the markets have seasons, right? They go through cycles. Every single year I've been in a cycle where there's 2-3 months that are just complete shit.
Just from listening to this, I really like his psychology. He said he's been trading for 10 years, and you can tell. You can tell by the way he answers questions and the way he talks about things. I was gonna say, I don't know why this guy gets so much hate, but we all get hate on the internet. We all. But he's great advice.
I just hate trading it, and you'd probably be better off just on a beach somewhere.
No.
But you have to be able to detect that in the moment, and that comes with experience, you know.
So more or less just kind of trust myself to gain that experience over time.
Yeah, and figure out when those opportunities present themselves where you can hit it hard, right? Because if you hit it hard at the wrong time, then you go into a drawdown.
Would you say I should back test that then, in a way?
No, not really. I mean, back testing only has a specific value, and in my opinion, it's really only executional, because you can't really determine what type of market condition we're going to go into in the future. So with forward testing, you know, nothing replaces a live market. The emotions aren't the same, right? The headlines aren't the same, unless you go back in time and like try and figure out like what the Fed sentiment was and all the news impacts going on. Like, it's very hard to do.
Exactly. Yeah, he's right. And I told you guys that this year, right? The news is not the scheduled news, like today's NFP and well, FOMC is still similar. But the other news, like ISM news at 10 o'clock and ADP farm roll, you know, all these little news that we have every single month are not reacting in the market the way they used to years ago. They used to be crazy, right? You guys remember? Used to react to them live on stream. Now it's like, oh, okay, whatever. Except for FOMC Day. FOMC Day is still picking up some steam with volume. Other than that, it's like it only cares about headlines right now. Like if Trump says something, you know.
So backtesting has its place, but I think forward testing and trading in live markets is.
I'm watching some traders for interviews. Also, just clear they love the charts. Yeah, you could tell. Yeah, you could tell.
Really where you're going to be tested as a trader.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. So you touched on this a couple of times, but I was wondering if you could maybe give me something a little bit more of like a practical start. So I know in your videos, like you are a very structured individual as far as like statistics and data, and I align with that. So right now, I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice by not sizing up, but I don't know how to properly, because as far as like prop firms go, I understand they're designed to make profit. So you have to work within that. So on a 50K account, you have 2K drawdown. So with where I'm at, I'm like, okay, if I risk 400 and I'm okay with losing 400 a day, I have 5 trades. And I have the data to see like what my losing days, or like my losing streak looks like. But I want to do more. But the thing is, again, I'm recognizing the $2,000 drawdown. So I don't want to disobey the mathematics. Like, what would you give me advice?
When you're trying to scale up, it's honestly about like knowing when you're in the flow state or not. Don't look at the P&L. Don't look at like the drawdown, like how many trades you have. You have to know like when you're performing at peak performance, right? So when Kobe's taking a free throw shot, he's not really thinking about it, right? Sure, good trading is honestly effortless. You shouldn't be thinking too much about it, right? Some of your biggest days are probably like, that felt so easy, right? Like I entered the position and went straight to my target. That's kind of the flow state you need to have. Like you're not trying to overthink it. You're not trying to do too many things. You're not trying to micromanage the trades. And when I find like the market conditions or my trades just don't pan out the way I'm expecting them to, I just can't find a reason to like size up in those
Since he
opportunities,
trades
right? Because now all of a sudden I'm
concepts,
working
I
harder
guess in
for
his
less.
own way, though.
When I made the most amount of money, it's like I barely even
guess he
had to
kinda
put
does
any
it in his
effort
own
into
way.
it, and that's what trading should be. Very little time analyzing. That way you're not overthinking, and your trading decisions are very clear. You have intent when you come to the markets. Like I want to be long tomorrow, or I want to be short. Not all over the place. Like, is it long? Is it short? Is it long? Is it short? You should know coming into the market that day which direction you're trying to trade. And if you're long and it's, the market's not panning out in your favor, don't go into the market, right? If you want to be long tomorrow and then all of a sudden all the levels that you wanted to be long at are invalidated and it keeps going lower, like why would you go into the market then? So you're trying to find those specific characteristics that make sense to you and then go into the market, because when you enter those trades and you're trying to size up, right, you shouldn't have to battle. It shouldn't feel like you're battling against the market. It should be very effortless. And you're only going to find that by understanding like what puts you in the flow state. Do you have a good night of rest, right? Did you do a pre-market, analysis the night before? Usually when I stop journaling is usually when I go into like a bit of a drawdown period, because I'm not really focused on what I'm supposed to be doing properly, right? So
I could agree with that. I feel like when I take not when I stop journaling, but when I take like a long period of journaling, I feel like I go into a small drawdown period too. I can definitely agree with that, which is why I always, do my best to make sure I'm reflecting and looking at my performance. My years of experience, and I don't journal every single trade anymore. Not unless I feel like I'm struggling, then I'll go back to doing that. But now I may do a daily journal, or I'll do like a weekly journal. Yeah, I'm doing well.
Keeping on
If I go
top of things and
backwards, I
understanding that
journal
good
every
trading
single
it shouldn't take a lot of energy.
individual trade.
But I think everything that you see in like movies and everything, you see all these professional traders putting so much effort and analysis, and they're like really dialed in. For me, trading is complete opposite. Like if you're
It's like
very
more
cool, calm, collected, you shouldn't have to battle the market, right?
And then also something else that you touched on was adding into drawdown. Like you don't add into drawdown, but then how do you scale in?
Well, I only add when I'm in I only scale in when I have a really
When you
large
have a
buffer.
winner.
But
Right.
if I'm in a drawdown, I make sure that I adjust my initial stop loss. So if I place a trade with, let's say, a 1R risk, even if I'm in drawdown, I'm not going to add another position until I can trim the 1R risk out. Right? So like if I put a chip on the table, I want to be able to put that chip back in my pocket. And I do that by putting my stop loss to break even. If I still want to scale into the trade, I'm okay risking another chip. Now all of a sudden I have two positions on for the price of one. I'm only risking 1R if I get stopped out of the entire position, right? That way, when
you guys see me do that on stream all the time. In fact, you guys saw me do it last week, right? I talked to you guys through that whole position I added into and showed you how much the risk was and how I decreased the risk, and then it was a break-even risk, and we still added to the position, and then there was no risk on the table, right? You guys remember that from last week?
equity curve starts going higher, like maybe you could turn that 3R trade into a 5R or 6R trade. And you find that through just doing it consistently. Like, you have to start doing it from a repetitive standpoint. Just start trying to scale into trades. Yeah, start normalizing it. Start adding it to trades, reducing your stop loss, and see what the results are. When you get 5 or 6R winners on those scaled in trades, it makes a whole lot of sense to try and do them every once in a while when it makes, when the market conditions and the trade setup actually pans out in your favor. But you have to do it in a way where, when it doesn't work out in your favor, that you're not taking a 2R loss on the trade, right? You're cutting your loss. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Let's be honest, most traders don't fail because of bad sells. They fail.
I've passed probably 50, 60, 70 prop firms.
Guys, this is a long video. I think what we'll do is we'll watch parts of this video throughout the streams because we're about to be 1 hour into it, and I'm realizing it's literally it's 4 hour video. We're not gonna finish this 4 hours today. Ain't no way, chat. I'm sorry. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Okay. 4 hours is a long time. But what we will do is I would like to finish this video throughout the streams if you guys don't mind. So we did about 47 minutes today. That's not bad. So on Monday, when we're done trading Monday, we'll pick this back up where we were. Finish it on Twitch. No. No. Yeah, okay. So we're 47 minutes in. Yeah, okay. We'll come back to this video next week and we'll probably do another 45 minutes when we're done, which will probably be here. And then what? Wednesday will be here. Oh my goodness. Friday, 45 minutes will be like here. Oh my God. So we can watch this 3 days next week and still not be done. That's crazy. Okay, back to the charts. See you Sunday. Yeah, I can't wait to see you Sunday. Do a quick review for those who weren't here earlier. I'm gonna go to a higher time frame, preferably the 4 hour. Last two 4 hour candles, right? The two 4 hour candles of New York session, just straight selling off. We haven't seen that in a while. If we take a look at the 4 hour candles in this area, I mean, look, we've been seeing up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down for weeks and weeks. So I didn't want to hop into a falling knife, being a little cautious, but we just kept going. We did get a minor little pullback here in the 1 hour. It just wasn't enough for me to continue in. You know, it was just my choice based on how my trading is. Some days I do okay getting into continuation trends, and then some days I always pick the wrong times to get into them. So I just like to be a little bit more cautious if we're just going to be continuing down. And I decided to stay out, guys. I did decide to. Earlier I did talk about entering over here, but I didn't want to risk 132 points. That was just a personal decision. Looks like it would have worked out pretty well, but it's all good. I don't mind. I don't mind. So yeah, today was a little slower for me because I decided to stay out of it. And there's days like that, right? There's days like that where I say, okay, cool. It is what it is. But yeah, I will see you guys Monday. I am live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But make sure you turn on your notifications because you never know when I'm going to do a pop-up Asian session. This week, 2 days ago, I did a pop-up Asian session, and it went pretty good, right? It went pretty good. This was the trade we took during pop-up Asian session 2 days ago. So yeah, you never know. Did I miss anything else, guys? Oh, the Trading Lab. So yeah, if you guys want to join me, I am launching back the Trading Lab where I teach. That's going to be this Sunday. You guys are welcome to join. The class will be every single Sunday. You're going to learn my 6-figure strategy. You're going to learn my A+ setup checklist. It's a real simple checklist for you to follow to enter trades. You're going to learn how I read the markets, how I have my levels here, all that good stuff. Everything you need to know. We're going to be staying up to date with the current price action. I'll be using recent examples from the week. We're kind of doing like a week review at the same time too. So yeah, super excited for the Trading Lab. So you guys can catch us. It'll be every single Sunday with those with the Trading Lab membership. If you already have a membership, you can upgrade to the Trading Lab. It should prorate it and not charge you the full amount. It'll just charge what's left over if you recently bought a membership. Okay, you can upgrade and downgrade anytime, guys. Anytime. All right. And one more thing I want to do is just give a real big thank you to you guys. Thank you, Jay. I see you, Juwan. See you Monday. See you guys. I just want to give a real big thank you to you guys one more time because you guys have been truly amazing. The last 2 weeks, you guys have been blowing it out of the water with the likes. Our chat rate's been really high. The views, we've been getting 2,000 views. And that's just all thanks to you guys. Today, I think we're gonna hit above 2,000. At the end of the day, it's probably gonna say like 2.2, 2.3. So again, that's thanks to you guys. So thank you guys so much. On the road to get back to 3K views. It looks like we're probably gonna do that in a couple of weeks, the way this is going. So that's just thank you to you guys. Didn't realize how much reinforcement of simple things I needed. Yeah, you know what's funny? I'm glad you said that because it's always the simple stuff. It's always simple stuff. I'll tell you guys a quick story about, oh, this was a long time. I think I was still in high school. I think I was like 16. But this millionaire that I had met, I asked them for advice. You know what they said to me? They said, keep things simple. It's always simple. That was the advice they gave me. And now that I look back and I'm like, oh my goodness, you look back at like what held me back in my journey or anything like that, it's always the simple stuff. Why is the simple stuff so hard? You know? It's always the simple stuff. Just happy to have you back. Thank you guys. Hi Erica. Welcome back, Erica. Yeah, guys, we're gonna have a great year on the stream. Like I said, if you guys learned from me before, these Sunday classes are gonna be very different. Gonna be much more simple. So I'm truly excited. Truly excited. If you guys like the stream, you see the stream's been updated. So excited, guys. I'm gonna go enjoy my day. Time is it? It's only 10:30 in the morning. Wow, I got a whole day here. I'm gonna go enjoy my day. I hope you guys enjoy your days. I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. Have fun. Be safe. What else? Yeah, have fun and be safe. I'll see you guys on Monday. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, everyone. Manifesting to be sitting here, present, confident, seeing it, executing it. What the hell?
What was the reason? What was the reason?
So I think I'm gonna add to this position my stops to break even. Boom, boom, and boom. Day, come on, 1K. 690 with micros, and I'm gonna close that. Hoes is mad, chat. Hoes is mad, chat. Hoes mad. Hoes mad. All right, chat. Close your eyes and sell. Here we go. Just don't even look at it, chat. Why would you put a stop loss on it? Are you crazy? Why would you use a stop loss? It can't get no better than this, chat. Oh my God, she's up $5,300. We're gonna close that trade. $5 grand live on stream.